was the boxer. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Famous boxer.
Yeah, the boxer that's the mayor of Kiev or whatever. He demanded $25 million. This is the way it operates there. They said, screw you. We're not giving you $25 million for what, you know? I know a guy whose family is connected over there, and he's here. And he was telling me, because I asked him, are you going to go back and fight? Because he's a big, strong, proud Ukrainian. And then he started telling me about the corruption. And he goes, we're sick of it. You know, this is why we are where we are. Then we see that they had Ukrainian leaders, or, you know, they call them MPs, you know, whatever, but literally flee across the border with $25 million, I believe it was, when she got caught. Is that the first time she went? And then I don't remember how many millions in euros and other. But this is what they do. We literally hemorrhage cash to people and have no accountability. We did this in Minnesota, so it's not just overseas. We had billions going to people in our own states with no oversight. And this is why big government doesn't work. You know, there's a lot of other things. When you get any kind of a government a grant, all this other stuff, there's a lot of liability that starts to come with it. How are these billions and billions of dollars so wastefully spent? And it's just like people are okay with it. When it gets exposed, they were mad about Doge exposing things. I would dig into it more. Dig into it more.
Yeah, I'm asking us to go to revolt. The next time they say they sent $20 billion to a fucking country, should we all go to the Capitol and be like, nah, hell no.
Yeah, well, you have no power.
He wanted that $20 million spent. It's annoying.
Okay,
if you guys aren't Americans, you guys only care about yourself.
First of all, Pepe Le Pew.
Elon said on Rogan recently, maybe a few weeks back, that if he had full control, like God power, he could cut our deficit in half. If he could eliminate all this bullshit waste, he would cut it in half.
There goes all the profit. 40% of the economy is borrowed. All these Fortune 500 companies can't even turn a profit without the tax credits. So we have created a moral hazard by borrowing and spending endlessly. We're $39 trillion in debt, $100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. We have created a financial catastrophe, but it's not as bad as Venezuela. Look at the Venezuelan currency. Our U.S. dollar gets 400% more than it did 2 years ago. Our currency controls the world. And now that we have Maduro, that's $20 trillion. And there's only 30 million people there. If they were to liquidate it and give it to all the citizens, they would get 666,000 apiece. But it's ours now.
It's theirs. It's theirs. And I think we really need.
It's just your opinion. It's just your opinion. Trump says it's ours. We went to war for it. It's ours. We won it by battle.
I don't think you can get it. It's theirs. Yeah. I mean, I don't agree with overtaxing. However, you know, roads have to be paved. Bridges have to be kept up.
Yeah, and teachers got to be paid for fake education. In Chicago, the Chicago Teachers Union and the Chicago Board of Education can borrow billions of dollars with no voter oversight. They're bankrupting us, and it's all fake education. The property tax is enslavement. It's not, you don't own shit. You're renting now. You're paying $1,000 a month for your house. It's a ripoff, and everybody's getting fucked over.
I would rather give fucking $40 million a year to Jews than a bunch of whiny bitch fucking African Americans who don't do anything. At least the Jews do something with the money.
This is the product of incest, right? You get Pepe's. You know, your father fucks his sister and Pepe's born.
Yeah, below IQ Negro comment. I love it.
Are you Aaron Berger, Dark?
No.
Are you sure?
No, he's not.
He has the same PTR, like same name. That's weird.
Yeah, it was stolen from you.
Dark, that's not your real voice, though. You're like intentionally doing a voice, correct, sir?
It's a pretty distinct voice. Joe. Yeah, I promise you I'm no Aaron Berger.
But you are some kind of guy who's changing his voice.
Aaron?
No.
Dark, if you were president of the United States, what would your top three
We the people.
Give niggas reparations.
Yeah.
Making sure that there's no vote devotions for the nigga hoes.
I mean, you know, it's just the usual nigga bullshit.
Hey man, Beaver, could you please remove this motherfucker, please? I mean, he's just so disrespectful.
I never remove anybody. I'm good.
All right, I got you. You're co-signing it. All right, look, at the
Shut
end.
up, nigger. Don't try to fucking guilt them.
Yeah, no, I got you. Pepe, you'll be kicked out of many black rooms. You
can suck my dick.
trailer park piece of shit. You know. Anyway, you degenerate. So reparations is that definitely is in order.
Okay, so that's your number one priority. What's your second and third priority, sir? We don't have all day to listen to you. Can you speed it up? Thank you very much.
Yeah, fuck you too, AI.
More nigger babble coming through.
Yeah, fuck your parents. Oh, they're family members. Anyway,
All right.
Hold on, Doc. If you could just, I mean, I know everybody wants you to wrap up, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about this because I know what they say, like 4% of the U.S. population had slaves, and you want everybody to pay. Who gets reparations? And
but
if my hold on, just wait. Let me finish. And my great grandfather got sold into the Civil War. Then should I get reparations?
Yeah, so 90% of them are renting. So 90% of the people that didn't own slaves renting them. So there goes that argument.
This is all about him wanting
Yeah,
his check from the white man. Like, this is why.
What was that? What did you say?
These people when he said Americans first. He just wants niggas to get a check. This is
Well, the bottom line is reparations are a laughable thing to me because most of the population here is first or second generation, really, when you look at a large portion of it.
Corey, it is a giveaway.
So when you want to go back and you want to take places to get rid of
many generations.
Oh, but it's the government that owes us. It's the district.
Corey, in Evanston, they've set up reparations. 300 people have gotten $30,000 apiece. Is it fair for 300 random people in your community to get $30,000 each? Hello, anybody? Is it okay for your neighbor to get $30,000, but it's not cool for you to get $30,000?
All right. Joe or Anthony, what is your grade of Trump so far? If you're there, we'll hear from both of you.
From me?
Yeah, what's your grade so far?
Well, so I don't compare Trump to some, mythical president. I mean, clearly he's the greatest president of our lifetime. You give him an A+.
I gave A-. What about you, Anthony? Omari gave him a D+, and he left.
Yeah. And why? Are you there by any chance?
Trump gets an A+++++++ and an extra plus for just being a plus.
There we go.
Yeah, but why
I
not?
don't get is it, like I just want to say I don't want to talk to any individuals in
Hey,
this.
and why
You do have okay. Wow, dark. Wow.
I'm surprised.
But when it comes to wow. And so when it comes to President Maduro, first of all, war, like whether or not we should militarily intervene was being discussed like 7 and 8 years ago even. And one of the criticisms of Trump was that he was not doing enough. And this was coming from the Democrats. And Chuck Schumer stood there in the Senate, criticizing Trump as he didn't oust him. But now he ousted him. Amazing. But in all reality, this is a guy who, I don't want to call him a socialist or a communist. He was literally just to abuse any dissenters that were in his country. He jailed and killed the opposition.
Hi, can I place an order for a pickup?
Sure, what would you like?
Can I get a large cheese pizza with garlic?
Large cheese and garlic?
Yep, thin crust.
Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
And the name?
John.
John? Okay, John, your phone number.
312-498-0517.
Okay, it'll be ready in 15 minutes.
Okay, great. See you soon. Thanks.
All right. Okay, bye.
What fucking regime change? He took out the bad actor. Okay, they are within 25 years or so of being an actual successful democracy, one of the wealthiest countries in Latin America. It's a fucking thing. And I think this will be an easy transition.
So when the upcoming, we know that China is uprising, right? And they got 1.3 billion people, right? And if we go to war with China, guess who the people?
We're not going to war with China, Nathan. We're not going to war with China.
But they're still crying. It's hypothetical.
Yeah,
so it's
so
the people that you stood on are the same people that you need to fight by your
which
side.
people?
Well, the black people that you talk about, which is 42 million, you would need.
Well, they have no choice because they would be conquered too, just like us.
I mean,
yeah, really.
I think I can move slide. Okay.
We know what to do when the time comes.
And to be realistic, the Chinese will let us white men marry their daughters. They look at you guys as disgusting.
Pepe, let me ask you a question, Pepe. If we were to give reparations to the African Americans, Pepe, how would you give reparations if you had to give reparations?
They don't get shit. We can do oil money. Anybody opposed to Maduro oil money?
The thing is, though, is you get so many subversives. You get the people who just hate fucking Jews, that hate Israel, the people that are pro-black. In other words, they're like all about the reparations. You get all of these people who hijack these fucking conversations, and they all come with this quote-unquote America First tilt, which is absolute bullshit. They really have their own fucking objectives. And yes, I lashed out, and it may have seemed like very aggressive, and I don't really give a shit.
Racist.
Yes, I am a racist.
Well,
I fucking hell.
Dark,
Now-
I wanted to say this.
Don't care.
Real quick, Dark.
Yeah, a point of order, moderators. If somebody comes on here and says Sig Heil and that they are a racist and uses the N-word, I would, as music, like to object to that type of communication.
So, Dark, I wanted to say that reparations would be the most harmful thing to happen to the black community. Right now, it'd be absolutely awful. Because
What is the worst thing that happened to the Jews?
Hold on. Because look, I work in logistics, right? I'm a logistics guy. So you gotta understand the logistics of this whole thing. So first and foremost,
Logistical.
Mike, what's it that happened to the Jews?
Why are you talking about
Answer the
Jews? Who
question.
cares?
it's a different scenario.
Look,
Dark, it's
it is a different scenario.
Because
It only happened for 4 years or 14 years. It's happened for centuries.
Dark.
No, Jews have been literally subjugated for 2,000 fucking years. You dumb faggot. They got kicked out of Rome, and then they were mistreated and subjugated to fucking pogroms and genocides. You fucking retard.
Are you pro reparations?
From the U.S. because we didn't do anything to the fucking Jews.
Reparations to Jews anyway.
We didn't in the U.S. No, we didn't.
Shut up.
And Japanese people. And
No, we did the Marshall Program just like we did our fucking enemies in Europe. That was not.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. Mute Tyler.
See, all that Brand Negro cares about is reparations. But he keeps on interrupting.
Dark. The difference was, and look, if the reparations, the whole 40 acres and a mule fucking thing back in the day, if they would have done it back in the day, they would have done it for people that were affected. Dark, calm down, lady. Listen, the Jews, well, you keep jumping in every sentence. Just relax. The Jews and the Japanese people, like whether you agree with it or not, the reparations were given to the people that were affected.
So do you agree with it?
Dark. Reparations now. That if they were to say tomorrow, hey, reparations are being given, right? Just the logistics. Forget right or wrong. Forget anything else. Logistics, right?
Isn't working.
Look, we were talking about Trump, and it is this black man ended up going to reparations, and it ended up going to Jews. Where did you get the money, motherfucker? With my check, nigga. Like let's just talk about Trump.
dick energy.
Let's talk about Trump and Maduro.
Little dick energy. Shut up.
I'm a Trump fan. I'm tired of talking about Trump every day, bro.
All right.
Guys, Dark, just hear me out, Dark.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Hear me out. Logistics wise, right? They're gonna make you prove you're a descendant of a slave.
Easy.
Fine. Dark. That's fine. But there's also gonna be Black Americans that can't do it. And then what's gonna happen is that there's gonna be Black Americans that Dark. That's weird, Susan. Just relax. Listen, you can say what you want right after I'm done here. Dark, it's weird though. Just listen. Just listen, man. You say whatever you want after.
Hello?
2 more sentences. Listen. In the world.
What you can't nationalize with it. He only cares about his money.
All right,
They would get sued immediately.
See, this is the difference between the blacks and a lot of other people. He's just begging for a handout, basically other people's money that was earned. Not to be given a fair chance to earn something, but just to be given a check. It's pathetic.
Dark. What would be the money that you would give per person?
Just like J.G. Wentworth said, it's your money. Spend it when you need it.
Let him answer.
Yeah, so apparently there's economists that are much smarter than I am that can easily handle that, and they're working on that.
Give us an estimate, like the one that you like.
No. I let them do that, right? But in addition to that,
Which world-famous economics and economists are working on these problems since you know about the...
Yeah, you gotta come harder than that, Dark. Bro, give us what do you say, 30,000 a week?
But I'll personally write you a check right now.
And so a lot of the people who have to put your black ass in prison, yeah, they're Hispanic. Amazing.
all right.
He's Dominican, but he's a Dominican born, but since he's black and in America, he get reparations too.
No.
Oh wait, transatlantic.
Yeah, so to answer the question, yeah, I mean that's pretty easy for Black Americans. We know who we are. We know who we descend from. Yeah, and there's courtrooms for a reason, right? So that's
You guys are familiar with that.
Shut up.
Pepe, give me 1 second, y'all. Hey, I just got out the gym, y'all. I've been listening a little bit.
Can I just land? And then you can go, brother?
No, it's Dark.
I gotta leave.
No, you're Dark. I have a question for you before
I'll
you
be
leave.
back. All right, go ahead.
Here's what's up, Dark. The question is, if someone is phenotypic, Trump, man, think about that.
Oh, I'm not black.
Nothing Trump. I got no. Listen,
Come back.
despise. Oh, he's back. Cool. I despise reparations, but that's neither here nor there.
Wait, are you Black American?
No, I'm not black.
So it doesn't matter. All right, so
it's all good.
We put back the conversation.
Yo, hold on. Let Anthony say what he's gonna say, bro. Please.
He just wants a trauma dump on the whites for
Anthony has a question.
black man.
No, wait a minute though. Before Dark has to go, ask him what the dollar amount. What would per person?
Well, hold on, but Anthony had the question about the phenotype thing, and then he has Dark. Think about a fucking dollar amount, kid. You're gonna have the argument. Think about
Come on, dog. If you had somebody with a checkbook right now,
I thought that we did the oppression Olympics already, like season 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 Clubhouse.
Hey, what's up, man?
We're still doing the oppression Olympics, eh?
I love
Yep,
you.
and this is why
Let's hear them out.
Let's
hear
have to
people
call
out.
him. I like where Anthony. I think I know where Anthony was going. Let's go with Anthony.
Yo, it's on Anthony. Yo, it's on Anthony, bro.
Yeah. So
It's on Anthony,
Yo, Dark, 1 second.
We love you, bro.
One
It's
second,
on Anthony,
get
bro.
poured in the little $40.
Dark, I'm gonna pass it right.
Yeah, Dark, you're gonna like the question, Dark. You're gonna like it.
All right.
So, Dark, I hope you're familiar with the concept of phenotypes. If you're not,
I just want to know if you guys are talking about anything in regards to the title of this room.
Well, we were like,
I'm trying to, but they're trying to sidetrack.
Andy, we might get to it. You know what I'm saying? Happy New Year, love. I hope all is well with you and yours. You know, we'll get
All right,
there.
Just let Anthony try to reason with this feral nigger, and maybe we'll actually get this.
Wait a second. Hold on a second, Pepe. I was not prepared for you to say that.
Yeah, listen.
All right.
So,
Little Trump,
everyone
you know,
speaks for
black
themselves on this stage. You know, listen, everyone, I live in a free world. Thank you. So, Dark, here's what's up, man. Phenotypes, like if you look at someone and they're white appearing, that's their phenotype. So, someone that's white appearing, would they be entitled to reparations under, your logic?
I believe smarter people than me have come to a conclusion, right? So we know who we are as Black Americans, right? So that's easy, right? One. Number two, if you claim Black your entire life, you're Black. If you claim white your entire life, guess what? You're white. So if you can
answer the question.
Hold on. Stop interrupting. If you can prove that, your ancestors descend or went through the harms of chattel slavery, then, it is what it is.
This is beautiful, y'all. Yo,
what harm has slavery caused you, Dark?
What harm did Adolf cause Jews?
Yeah, see, you're answering a question with the question.
Yeah, he caused Jews harm that had to experience the harm. Now, Jews that were never. Yeah, this is so fucking stupid. It's like what?
It don't matter.
No, it does. It does fucking matter. This is why I would rather give Israel money than to dump it on you fucking retards in America. You fellow Americans, you literally take out more in taxes than you fucking put in. But that is a goddamn fact. Do you know how many hundreds of billions of dollars in excess gets spent on African Americans? Okay.
All right, can we get back to Dark? What's a dollar amount that you would be happy with?
I'll let the economists discuss.
No, you personally. No. I'm not going to shame your answer. We're not going to shame $20.
Hey, Beaver, are you aware that Europe gave, or Britain specifically gave, reparations to slave-holding families from 1833 to 2015?
Who gives a fuck?
Oh, wait.
Hold on.
Almost 200 years ago.
So they paid it already. All right.
2015. That's over 183 years. So Beaver, are you aware of that? That they got?
No, I'm not that well versed in that type of.
So y'all good then, bro. We good.
I'm talking about white people.
Oh. So you're talking about would 100K? Would 100K be a slap in the face, or would that be a good starting point?
Listen.
Okay, but Dark, what we do realize is that yes, white people did do that. Hold on, white people did do that, but you know who ended up ending slavery? Before the blacks, before the Arabs, before everybody else, it was white people. They actually used their navy. It changed. What? So Britain ended up. So they ended up before. I don't have the exact goddamn year.
Who sold the slaves to the whites?
We can look at the
Who sold the slaves to the white Chinese?
It was black people.
Some Jews.
No, that's not true.
Oh.
Wait, they have black Jews in Africa now?
No, there were some Portuguese Jews.
Now, there's definitely some black Jews though.
The Portuguese weren't in Africa; they were in Portugal. You need a map. You gotta get you a map, brother.
They traveled to Africa.
We gotta get you a map. So wait, so I thought they were from the interior of Africa.
Slavery first. It was Europeans.
Can we do it?
And end up enforcing it. But even that's
All right, 30 seconds on Pepe, then you can speak for him.
Pepe always crying like a fag.
Yeah, shut up, nigger. But
Oh, come on. Yo, Pepe, please. I'm trying to have my phone.
okay.
Oh, no, he didn't.
I love you, brother. Now, when it comes to, okay, who ended slavery first? I mean, first of all, we can look at the Arabs, we can look at the North Africans, we can look at the Ottomans. And they were practicing slavery within, I think, even in the last.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Literally.
He doesn't know what he's saying. He's just dumb.
This is a
The incest in his brain is rotting.
Europeans ended slavery forcefully.
What year?
Through the use of might.
What year?
Pepe,
Okay, 30 seconds on Norm.
which one of the bitches in your PTR is you?
Hold on. Norm is going. Is that his like arch nemesis?
Slavery in Africa. I'm asking for a friend. It seems like it's time, right? When are they going to do that?
When the Jews stop paying for it.
Well, if in Mauritania there aren't any Jews in Mauritania, so you want to try again?
Jews
You can do a GoFundMe and get
going
you
to
a map.
stop slavery in Israel.
I need a date.
When are they
you
going to
gonna
stop
slavery?
I heard they're doing Jew buy now, Jew buy, and you pay later, man.
Okay, so you've asked a question, Dark. You can answer.
Well, I guess dark.
Slavery in Africa.
Wait,
Yes, so
Mauritania
apparently
and
there's
Libya.
slavery still going on in Israel.
dark. Does reparations have to be the money?
Slavery in Israel. We're talking about Libya and Mauritania specifically. Anybody want to tell me
Jews
what's
are
going to end
buying.
slavery?
Jews are buying.
No, actually, there's no Jews there at all.
Just like it was earlier on.
Reparations are being paid. Adam 22 is letting black men smash his wife, so I'm pretty sure everything is going.
Hey, Little Trump, you're Dominican, right?
Dark, yes sir.
$40 I could buy of them.
Pepe, you are muffled. No one can hear you.
Why would you say that, Beaver?
For the record, are you refusing to end slavery in Africa?
Hey, Norma, you might be able to answer this. When Liberia was given to the freed slaves, didn't they enact slavery in Liberia?
I have no information.
Oh shit!
Yeah, dig into it.
Oh my god, I'm gonna look that up.
Well, I don't know the answer. Why don't you tell me?
They did.
They ended up instituting English as a formal language.
That's actually good that we can't hear you.
They ended up.
Hey, you're muffled.
No, that's a good thing.
No. Let him run. Let him.
I ended up.
There we go.
Okay, took my headphones out. The headphones aren't working.
I want to start a movement.
No, it's like
Actually, we can't hear you right now. Can you get a little back to how it was?
Okay, all right.
Not slavery now.
You gotta go back to how it was.
Sure. So when it comes to Liberia, what's really funny is they instituted English, they instituted slavery, and so these blackies in Africa had to be their fucking slaves. They were no better than the masters they had back at home.
So, Dark, I want to ask you, Dark, does reparations in your mind have to be a dollar amount, or could it be could reparations come in some other form?
So,
Like,
Mike,
if you every black guy can get a free house, or free college.
It's a combination of a bunch of things, right? So, again, there's smarter people than me on this issue, and I'll leave it to them.
That's a low bar, though.
Okay, Matt, I called it out as soon as I entered your room. And this is why I use such racist fucking language. Why are you letting these he's not a racist, dude. This guy's not pro-American. He's literally pro getting reparations. Fucking hates white people. He hates fucking Jews. He hates
I wasn't talking to you either. Matt, what do you think about the trial? The lawyer that
Hold on, Dark. Hold on, chill. I don't think it's
a racist piece.
Pollock, Barry Pollock took his representations, the same guy that represented Assange.
Yeah, I don't think it's a sealed deal on that. I think it could go any way. It could go any way at this point. I really don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. Interesting. The judge has not ruled favorably in two matters with Trump. He's a 92-year-old, senior judge, which is crazy. But they're gonna, they're gonna have to present. I mean, I think they have enough evidence to present. It's just a question. This lawyer is very good, and he's gotten people off before. In not just the Assange, there was another case. I'm blanking on it now. I have to look it up.
So if he gets off, then what the hell would happen to him?
Dude, for a second. So that's a really good question. Does he?
Piece of shit.
Am I still racist, by the way?
Who said that?
Dark, you're really hurting those reparations right now.
Yeah. And
Matt.
anyway, so it's interesting, but just look at it that he just took the representation of it.
What's that, Dark?
Norm, where do you think he would end up? I mean, he probably can't go back to Venezuela.
In the Supermax in Colorado.
Yeah.
He'll be right back in Venezuela.
He's going to be convicted. He's got too many charges, man.
If he goes back to Venezuela, they might jump him.
Yeah.
No, they won't.
They
don't want him back.
I think he gets convicted. Or do you think he does a plea deal? Do you think he'll end up with the plea deal?
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Does the wife have her own charges too?
You know who's in it?
Yeah, the wife has charges too.
Oh, come on. Come on. Because she's married to him, she didn't do anything.
No.
One at a time.
No, the wife is not innocent.
So the wife is not innocent, bro?
No, she was actually very intelligent, doing a lot of the behind the scenes.
Well, I think she's involved in other stuff besides the drugs.
The president and his wife.
You guys are being really fucking rude to Abby.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Fuck you, and
Yeah, you can shut the fuck up, you faggot.
I'm sorry, Abby.
You fucking low IQ
It's okay. He's just really stupid, and you're like, get the conversation away from dumb people.
Abby, you know what the wife's charges, Abby?
So yeah, I think the wife's charges are legitimate. I mean, she was part of the enterprise. Yeah. But isn't the son also? The son was orchestrating a lot of it as well.
So it says here she's facing drug trafficking and other related offenses, is what I'm reading here now.
Bringing in these,
to bring them to justice.
yeah, they were bringing in the terrorists through Venezuela.
Question for Abby: is it legal for us? What are the hurdles legally for us to go kidnap a sitting president?
I mean,
He's an illegitimate president. We kidnapped him. We arrested him.
they arrested him on charge. United States.
Yeah, the FBI.
Hold on.
We've arrested people.
It was illegal then too.
But I'm saying
Osama bin Laden.
But I'm saying that's the legal argument that his defense is going to use, right? Or something along those lines.
When they take out Bibi, don't cry.
Well, no, have you heard about the Nuremberg trials? They put people on trial before, bro. Noriega, my friend, who's still in jail.
I can link clarity to this one. There's an act in Congress, it was in 1970, that they can go in if there's a warrant out for them or quote unquote bounty. Remember, Biden. Trump's was 50 million, but they execute the bounty. There's the Congress law. You can go look it up. Some act. They can go into there. They got 60 days. Once they remove the guy, they got 60 days to plan an exit. And once the exit's planned, it's 30 days from that. So basically a total of like 90 days they can technically be there. Who knows how long they're going to be there? But this is not, it's not illegal in U.S. war. An international war can you can wipe your ass with international war.
Israeli Scott Eichmann, when do they, Norm, what was that, early 60s when they picked up
1960.
Eichmann?
There's a great movie about it too.
Don't cry when that shit comes back around.
Netanyahu's getting a Nobel Prize, bro. Don't cry when he gets a Peace Prize. Don't cry when he gets a Peace Prize.
So anyway, to answer your question, yes, they can go in and take it, but it will, Beaver, they'll use it as a defense. I mean, I still think he's going to have a plea deal of some kind.
He'll be fucking amazing.
Well, it does, Nathan, makes him an enemy because of the terrorist connection.
I thought that his charges were related to the drug trafficking and how he would acquire weapons. These are the ones that I saw.
Yeah.
And if you look at, there's a lot of people that are wanted. People that are that were part of his cabinet. For the last like 10 years or so that have been wanted because they individually were linked to trafficking drugs. There's one, I forget his name, Arab guy. There's was it Dios something? His first name is Vladimir. Like one of the generals. People.
Wasn't Maduro picked as VP because he was seen as weak and he wouldn't be a formidable? Something percent. So he's really not that bright of a guy, right?
No, he's not that bright of a guy. Here's the problem with him is that anybody that's really followed it, God, you fucking monkey, shut the fuck up. All you do is sit there and.
Can I add something when the police are done sword fighting? Please?
Sure, but I would say this. So what did happen is during the capture of Maduro, you did have 32 Cubans that were killed. It's long been known that his security apparatus was Cuban. Cuba, now, I don't really look
his home military intelligence. It's a huge failure for Cuban intelligence.
Yes.
They ran his CIA, whatever his intelligence agency run by Cuba.
Yes, they did. Yes, absolutely. And so a lot of people he's a socialist, he's this, he's that. And, Tucker Carlson being a fucking retard saying, he's socially conservative.
Come and get Trump.
Okay, sure.
It works out for you.
Okay, sure. So
Juan Epstein.
Shut up.
Okay.
You think our country would allow fucking president?
Oh my God.
Cut the finish so others can speak, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get through really quickly.
Let KK go just like it's about to get dark.
One mic on KK.
And you're not gonna like it. You're gonna love it.
No, Pepe is
Alright, goddamn
Can't
it.
go Trump, the baddest bitch in your country's
Here
working.
we go. So more buffoonery.
Alright.
So if we look at a lot of people have been questioning, and this is for years. I was like autistically obsessed with Venezuela up until 6 years ago. We all knew that the security apparatus in Venezuela was Cuban, and but the debate has been for years. Of course, you shut the fuck up!
You won't understand what he's saying, bro. You're not smart enough to understand. Okay, let the smart people talk. Okay?
So there was a lot of question. You had this former bus driver, Maduro, okay, who he had the Cuban security apparatus around him. Yes, they did basically act as their intelligence officers. They were looting the country more than any other fucking group, including the fucking leadership. And it was, the question is, how much of it was like really him actually, autonomously, fire at Miraflores Palace. Apparently what happened was they suspected might be like armed drones, and the guards at the Miraflores, the presidential palace, they ended up opening fire on them. But I haven't seen anything since that. Yeah.
All right, what KK?
No. What happened? No.
Excuse me.
KK,
Name is not KK.
Now let's go to KK. Norma has nothing to say.
There's
So
this
I
drone
believe-
attack and massive.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I just wanted to, I came up to let you guys know when you're talking about Maduro's wife, she's not some frail little senorita. She was very loyal to Chavez. She was his defense lawyer, and her brother is actually currently head of the government legislative there.
Like she's in.
Wait, so she's guilty because her.
This guy, Maduro, because they know that they can manipulate him. They played off his ego to make sure Chavez's legacy kind of goes forward. So that's the important part. But she also, during the 1992, the one that helped secure his release. So that's what made her popular with Chavez and then going forward. That's important, as is her family. Okay, I'm done speaking.
Norm, does you want to go?
And again, as KK suggests, she's a proponent of this weird kind of communism called Chavismo. And it seems to me she's actually the brains behind the operation.
What
Is there a Colombian
communism?
Is there a Colombian? Is there a Venezuelan army?
All they're doing
Anywhere in this?
$8 million people have left Venezuela. It's the biggest biggest emigration ever. It's the 8 million people who left during these two. Well, that's the question is
Mike, the reason why the Cubans are important is because
in the Western Hemisphere.
You don't sound good.
All right, Dorothy, 30 seconds. No one interrupt, and then after this, please don't interrupt anybody.
Appreciate it, brother. Listen, just the notion that
White trash, you are the worst scumbag in the room.
Yeah, look, the very notion that because people are leaving, therefore, what? So many Jews in Israel, they're fucking partying in Ukraine right now, fucking trying all types of weird shit, right? That means nothing. Right? At the end of the day, people know where they're getting bugged. Right.
The smart thing is they didn't have basic fucking medication.
Shut up.
It's the biggest aliyah we've ever had going into Israel ever. Millions.
Y'all been kicked out of
Why are you making this? What I don't get is like, Jesus Christ, this is what I was trying to tell you guys earlier with this fucking
representation procedure.
You have this low IQ retarded piece of shit.
Because Duke
himself in reparations, he wants to blame Jews. He wants to do whatever. He's a fucking retard. He's not about what's good for America. He's about his own stupid fucking special interests. He's a fucking retard.
Dark. So I want to let KK, because I think KK is the answer to the whole Venezuela army thing with Dark. I want to say this. What you just said just shows
is what
that
this
you have,
country is all about.
you don't,
You're
you have no
right, but
idea
we
what's
have
been
really
going on
have no
in Venezuela
choice.
for the last
We
like
have
15,
to be that
20
way
years.
because
But
what is the
KK,
alternative?
I'm
The only self-made
Yeah, but
person
for you to say like,
in
I was
America.
trying to
So
time
These weren't even fucking Jews. These were not.
No, Dark. That doesn't do KK. You got kicked out of Duke. You don't even have a job.
So, are we talking about Maduro's kids here? Are we talking about Maduro's kids?
I'm waiting for them to
Why
get
is
done.
it? Don't forget
Listen, let's have him go, please.
Available to people.
God fucking damn it. Okay, everybody, let KK go.
I was trying to type in, and I'll let you guys get back to it. So the Cuban side is very important. So when Maduro, someone said it earlier that there were a lot of Cubans killed around Maduro. So they were assigned for his detail because
You can't go out and do other things. You take care of your shit at home. Like, you guys all watch me. That's what I do. Like, you see, I didn't just get these cows. I have thought this way that we had no hope for 20 fucking years. That's why I'm out here in the middle of fuck off nowhere raising my own fucking food. Because I haven't trusted the gonna be. Like, I was so optimistic because we saw the action right up front. And it started to dwindle off after Elon got fucking pushed out, and the CIA and Israel took full control after they killed Charlie. Like, you have to admit reality of what you are seeing. Like, that's just the fact of the matter. And like, if they can go arrest that dude, then they could arrest anybody anywhere on the planet, and it's all by choice. And they could do it right now today. Because if they wanted a fucking warrant to go arrest Pelosi, they could have it in 5 fucking seconds because they weren't fucking any way they want. I hear people say like, oh, but they got corrupt judges. They got corrupt judges both ways, dude. Like, that's why you're going to see no opposition to the arrest of Maduro because it's not Trump's plan. It's the fucking deep state's fucking plan. It's fucking Israel's plan. Like, their attack, Israel wanting Iran. I think, like, what I see from facts on the ground, like, there is things to be optimistic about. Yeah, the tariffs, what Trump's doing, and it almost feels like they told Trump, you know what, with this thing with tariffs and what you want to do with the economy, we'll let you do that. But don't think for a fucking second you're going to arrest anybody because he hasn't said fucking shit. Pam Bondi answers to him and does what he wants to do. If he wanted her to go arrest motherfuckers, he wouldn't be tweeting some bullshit. He'd fucking walk down, slap her in the face with his fucking dick and be like, bitch, go arrest some motherfuckers. And then they go do that. That's how fucking all the J6ers got arrested. And it goes both ways for the people. Bush arrested, an Obama fucking drone strike. And fucking, like, they can do whatever they fucking want. It's what they choose. And he is choosing not to fucking arrest anybody. Or hold anybody accountable, or disrupt. And up in comment after that, if that's cool, y'all. Let's do it in that order.
Yeah, this is candidate John. I'm a write-in candidate now because they kicked me off the ballot. This is my second time running, and I just want people to know that election fraud starts at the ballot. lawyers and judges, and every state election board controls who the candidates are on your ballot. Write-in candidates don't have a shot, and I have observed this. I have fought it. I have done pro se legal work. It's a major problem I don't think other people know about, but I'm wishing everybody a happy new year. Thank God nobody died, no Americans died in this, Maduro capture. I think it's like the grace of God. I mean, Trump seems to be like a lucky cat with a lot of lives and nothing's touching him. I mean, I hope just there's no disaster, but I think we have the higher level intelligence, in my opinion, in Trump than obviously Kamala and Wall. If you don't think we wouldn't be at the gates of Moscow or Kamala would have dropped a nuke with Epstein, I know there's a lot of people that, have a lot of really wild conspiracy theories. But welcome to James Bond world, But my biggest complaint is the clown world that we live in. That Seattle elects an open Marxist communist mayor, Mamdani, all these people. There has to be some type of name for how we get such low IQ, incompetent people, because a lot of this comes down to economic philosophy and how to run a fucking business. None of these cocksuckers have ever started a business or ran a fucking business. They don't understand economics, business theory, trades, nothing. So we live with clown world actors and performers and AOC's content. It's all hypnosis, brain. Politician who has brought in $735 million in political donations since 2000. So we live in clown world, and it's unfortunate. I feel like philosophically not arresting people, maybe unfunded debt liabilities, and we are flying into Venezuela. Like, this is like that movie Escape from New York where, Snake can save the day. Like, we're living in Hollywood clown world now, but thank God Trump is our president. And, whoever Michael Crooks was fucking talking to, whoever planned Trump's assassination, that is what I would really like to see Trump do, is arrest at least somebody. Maybe Pam Bondi, who's got all those photos.
John, unfortunately, Dan Bongino looked into that, and he acted alone. So we got. Hey, Cal, can I speak up now? I've been waiting for a while, and it has to do with, obviously, Dan Von Fivehead, who sucks at life, the biggest, most narcissistic piece of crap to ever hold, the FBI #2 office, and then Kash Patel, the guy from Valhalla, who's, the curry god, whatever. They were both saying in the entire United States, an actual intel agency, like you pointed out, we know that's what it is. They did not find a single thing with the election, the people that were trying to assassinate Trump, nothing, not a single thing. All Kash did was get, good flights and goes watch his girlfriend with her tens of fans go sing the national anthem somewhere else. That's all he did. Dan Bongino, all he did was sacrifice everything, not his millions, though, and not his podcast, not everything else. He just sacrificed a few weekends to go be in D.C. Not even, dude, my one deployment, I'm not even the longest deployment I ever did, but one deployment, I freaking lasted longer than Dan Bongino's stupid ass, and I went to Afghanistan. And I couldn't go back home every weekend. I couldn't see my family and stuff. But he wants to act like he sacrificed freaking everything. And he did jack and January 6th thing, right? All the bad actors, people talking about it being a trap and everything like that, because, we didn't know there was, a setup. There was people that wanted to make MAGA look terrible. They wanted to, set people up to take a fall and, all this other stuff. Anyway, when they used all kinds of radio shows, all kinds of talk shows, interviews, everything like that to promote all this bad stuff they said were going on, and yet they were in a position to investigate. it's going to take umbrage with this is jammed up, and yet going to take umbrage with this is jammed up, and yet I'm sour on this because I don't think they're going to do it. But if you were going to claim that there was an ongoing conspiracy, I think there's plenty of evidence to say that. In fact, claims that are similar. Are they doing shit about it? No. Do they need months and years to be able to investigate this? No. You don't fucking need to. It turns out the guy bomb sweeps and all that kind of shit went on. Then that person egresses, leaves, bomb sweeps and all that kind of shit went on. Then that person egresses, leaves, walks around, ends up disappearing in the same place where they showed up on camera for the first place, and then ends up next to the RNC, and in 10 minutes places a device there, and then rolls off camera, never to be seen again, and disappears off into the ether for 5 fucking years. So that's pretty amazing. The FBI claims they didn't get any new information about this person, and were able to find that person using cell phone pings, credit card receipts, and a license plate reader. Shit they would have had within probably 2 weeks if we're being slow about it. 3 weeks if we want to be generous. They found this out in January of 2021, no doubt in my mind. And the guy they jammed up, I'm pretty confident, was probably cleared within the first 2 to 3 months. Minimum. That would have been the long end of it if they weren't fucking moving quickly. And I say that as someone who worked out of that office and had some, peripheral touch on that case. So here's the other crazy thing. The guy who ended up finding the second pipe bomb was, before the radio call went out, said look for more pipe bombs. Got out of his vehicle, and it took him 11 minutes and 7 seconds to go exactly to the bush where the fucking bomb was found, but not before stopping at the bush the pipe bomber had stopped at the night before and sat on the ground for 77 seconds, and he looked under the bush twice, and we have video camera of him doing that. That guy, who works for Capitol Police, went on to become the liaison for Capitol Police to the FBI, so there's your conduit of information being controlled. The guy who was the ATF on-scene bomb squad commander turned around and took over the job of Yogananda Pittman, who was in charge of the intelligence division for the fucking U.S. Capitol Police. And that guy resigned the same day that the Blaze published information showing that the pipe bomb was discovered straight away by Capitol Police officers, and that those guys did it in 11 minutes and 7 seconds, and that they never looked for another bomb again and acted like it wasn't very bomb-like when they went out there and told people, Metro PD and for the United States Secret Service, like, hey guys, there's a fucking bomb over there like 30 feet away, and they were like, that's cool, bro, I'm in the middle of a sandwich, so please don't interrupt me when I finish my lunch. I'll be with you momentarily, just hang out for a bit, and then we'll go and we'll do some bomb stuff in a minute, because the bombs were not fucking bombs, as was briefed to me 1 week after January 5th, January 6th, when they said they looked very bomb-like, but these were nerds. That was told to me by people in the FBI working on the counterterrorism teams, because we asked whether or not we were going to get fucking blown up as we were doing surveillance looking into people that potentially placed bombs. So that all goes down. And then you have another fun thing. The lead pipe bomb expert for Thomas Massey's office in Congress, as you had an entire committee looking into it, Barry Loudermilk's office, Tom Massey's office were leading the charge, doing this long-term sort of catch-up and investigation. They go and they put out a big summary on January of this last year, January 2020. You got the guy that used to be part of the member of Congress's staff, is now the conduit from the FBI back to Congress, and you had the dude that fucking was on-scene commander for the ATF when it comes to the bomb squad, was in charge of the whole damn thing, the entire intelligence division and all the counter-surveillance guys at your Capitol Police. That's all you really needed. Maybe 2 others, someone to make the call and somebody to go and actually place the bombs. And that person could go out, I don't know, get transferred over to the fucking CIA, like we saw reported. So this is not a big conspiracy, but yeah, the statute of limitation runs out if we act like someone did it solo, and if somebody didn't have like a bunch of other stuff behind them. Now, I think the obvious story is that they probably did, but we're about to watch the statute run out otherwise.
But so from like 30,000 feet, like what it even looks like is they could lose this case against Brian Cole, and if it's after the statute of limitations, that's it. They don't need to find anybody. because and they can just use the excuse of, well, like, we can't charge anybody with a crime.
Right. Now, and probably when they did a great job, because if you turn around and find out that the one thing, like Bongino said he was going to do three things. I didn't say he was going to do three things. He said it. He said it on Fox multiple times. He said he was going to find out White House, goose egg. He said he was going to find out who leaked the Dobbs decision, fucking goose egg. He said he was going to find the pipe bomber from January 5th, and they found an autistic black brony who fucking lived down the street, and he managed to evade the FBI by fucking doing nothing except living his normal life for 5 years. So fuck up, that's bullshit.
Kyle, one moment. But you're like at 12% with reposts on over 225 people in this space. So everybody that's down there needs to repost the space, and that'll help it keep from glitching. Hit down at the bottom of your little square and repost it. Don't quote post, but repost. That'll keep the space from glitching.
It's definitely been glitchy. I've had people that couldn't get in. I apologize. If you tried to get up here and speak and it wouldn't add you.
The co-host of show.
No, I'm gonna tell Sally she can't ever. Sally's not allowed to talk around me. We only let the men talk in this circle. That's happening right now. Sally's not even. She knows she's not even supposed to be on the boat. We already had that conversation. Right? So what do you give him the O face? All right. Do we have any hands that we missed out on? I saw we had. We had common.
Yeah, real quick, Kyle. I want to first of all congratulate you on not sending your kids to school and milling your own flour and cooking your own food and being your own man. You and your wife should be absolutely congratulated for that. And you know, if Jesse ever runs for president, I'm voting for him just on the dialogue that that President Trump should go down there and bitch slap that bitch with a stick and go arrest some people. Where do you get that dialogue, dude? You're amazing.
I added Sally since you guys asked so nicely. She's a nice lady. Don't say otherwise. Let's open it up for CC. You were added, and so was Common. So both of y'all get a chance to jump in. Talking about an agency with like 38,000 employees, but at the end of the day, managerial staff is like dozens and dozens. Every damn one of them was promoted under Ray and Comey. Without exception, there are none of them that came out of nowhere and now are in senior ranks. So all those people got promoted up by the previous two FBI directors, just so everyone understands who puts their hand up and becomes managerial in that space. So that's problematic. The guy who stepped in right now is the co-deputy director from previously. That's Andrew Bailey. Andrew Bailey just had the best day in the Donald Trump 2.0 administration of any deputy director, because he wasn't on fucking Twitter posting up nonsense, because none of you heard about what he's doing, because he's actually just doing the job. Now, he's in the same sort of deficit. He's going to be working out of the same sort of disadvantage that Bongino did, which is that he didn't come from the FBI. He was the former AG of Missouri. Operations teams that used to try to espouse, which is sort of quiet professional thing. It doesn't matter what people say, you just go out and do the job, and if it gets done right, then that should be it. Obviously, it's been also fucking around and screwing up a lot of people's lives, as many of you guys are aware of, hence the name of the space. But for whatever it's worth, I would suggest that Bailey is an upgrade when it comes to, at least he's trying to do this seriously, but he's at the same disadvantage. So I don't know what's going to happen. I think he should end up taking the director role. At least he can be a serious person at the helm, which would be nice. And they should promote somebody or bring in a retiree who's either gone through the ringer and knows that the FBI is a dangerous animal, or you bring in somebody who's currently in there that is vetted and knows how to handle that business. One way or another, you need institutional knowledge, and that institutional knowledge is not easily won, and it's not something that someone like me would have in 6 years. It's usually someone who's been there for 15 or 18 years, and they went to the academy with the people in senior. cover for each other. We had a whistleblower come forward maybe 2 months ago that stated definitively that there is a policy within the internal investigation sphere. So the FBI doesn't have IA, they have something else. It's called OPR. They have security division that does this stuff. And they basically have an internal, like, unwritten policy that says that they will not investigate their own in management. And those people don't ever look into malfeasance, which is why we had someone like Charlie McGonigal. You guys may not know the story, but Charles McGonigal was the senior CI counterintelligence agent in New York City. He was the special agent in charge of the counterintelligence division, and he took like fucking hundreds of thousands of dollars in brown paper bags from the goddamn Albanians, like actual intelligence officers, and he got a slap on the wrist. He got like 4 years. Meanwhile, Robert Hansen took less money from the fucking Russians, and he ended up rotting and dying in a supermax cell. And so we had someone who legitimately probably did the worst thing that's happened in, let's call it, the last 30 years in our espionage. Years from now. And I talked to his girlfriend. I've actually interviewed her. She's a bit nutty, but she believes that there was probably 10x as much money. So it might be the tune of not like $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $700,000. She thinks it's probably like $8 or $10 million that he took in cash and that he has stashed away. So the dude's going to come out as a super wealthy guy, having likely sold American secrets. I can't prove it right now, but apparently neither can the FBI because they don't fucking investigate these people. So without knowing this kind of, this behind-the-scenes shit, it's really scary that we put someone in. And Bongino was going to fail no matter what. Nothing against the guy personally, which I have a personal grievance because I thought he was something he wasn't. He said something to me, gave me his word on it, and then he went back on it. That's his business and mine. But the simple fact is, if you walk into a job where you don't have the institutional knowledge to do the job, I mean, ask anybody. I mean, any of you here, if you got tapped and they said, "Hey, go in and run DHS." And you'd be like, what? And you'd be like, yeah, I need you to run a law enforcement agency. I need to run like a FEMA out. Interestingly enough, as Jeff was pointing out, the cabinet issue, the more people you put into the fucking cabinet, the more that you end up with people that are trying to do showiness, and all they're trying to do is message positively. And so the progress was getting made under Doge, but of course they called out a lot of stuff right away, and all of that stuff was not. Whatever happened to that? I have anybody in the MAGA base. I don't consider myself part of that, but I'm around a lot of it. Where is all the outrage that they shut down the Doge, and that we didn't get all the cuts, and that we didn't keep doing it? Where is that?
Well, one thing I was going to say too is, everybody's been really calling on Trump and the admin to the cabinet to get some arrests. We want to see some arrests. And then Trump, I think with this operation in Venezuela is like his A-team, phenomenal operation is like, and that's something he had control over, whereas there's a bunch of separations of powers in the other positions in his cabinet. But, you could really see him.
And then Trump was like, no, we're going to chop down another tree that's way in another continent. That's not the solution to any of this.
Well, what you're also seeing is, and I think people give Congress a pass when it shouldn't be. First of all, the president is not supposed to have all the power that he does and that we expect him to do, and he shouldn't actually take responsibility for all that shit. So if anybody wants to do it, I mean, I guess this is something I explored this morning when I ran a podcast about it. It's like I kind of realized that it's my own fault. And maybe it's all of your own fault too. When I heard "Make America Great Again," what I heard in my mind, what I took as an assumption, and shame on me for assuming, what I assumed was that we were going to try to get back to a constitutional sort of position, make America more constitutional. I think that's what a lot of people thought that meant. That's what would be great, is if we were more constitutional. But at the end of the day, there's some real serious problems with that, because number one, starting back in turn of the last century,
have you followed any?
The actual structure of this nation at the institutional level, where the Senate is no longer representative of what the Senate is meant to be. They outsourced power in 1946 and did what's called the Administrative Procedures Act, which essentially allows Congress to give broad mandates, throw a bunch of money at the executive, and the executive gets to declare what is the rules of their own agency, and it has force of law, and that's totally fucked.
And it got even worse when they did the Chevron deference sort of situation out of the Supreme Court decision in, 84, 86. And so we've rolled that back. We're now back to 1984. But what people were really hoping was to roll to that 1913 level and have some functionality where maybe the actual people that we elect that represent us and the people that are supposed to represent the state house, but now the Senate's all fucked up, if those people actually did the thing they were meant to do, we wouldn't have to worry about whether or not an executive is right. Anyway, it's my own fault for believing that was kind of like what was being promised. That's what I thought would be done. We're not even... which meant that we had a minimal government to begin with. And the footprint should be just very, very simply what's outlined as federal duties. And if you guys don't know how the bloat of the federal government started, it all basically falls under the Interstate Commerce Clause. And so everything that the government gets involved in, from regulation to policing actions and so on, they're almost all written up as, because they happen in between states, there's this Interstate Commerce Clause that essentially justifies almost all of the bloat that if you didn't have it, none of you would know any different, which is why when there was a government shutdown, none of you woke up and went, oh, fuck, where's the government? Is my day going to be okay? Your day was fucking fine when the government was shut down because the essential functions continued and the non-essential functions are non-essential, so we don't need them. We just don't. Anyway, shame on me for thinking we were going to roll back to something that was like that, or that was the goal. There was no way he was going to get it done in 2 years if they didn't just fucking do it nonstop like a bunch of madmen and chop like a chainsaw, which is why the Doge chainsaw was cool. That didn't happen. I mean, we all...
It's not from out of a good, intentions or pure intentions of when you're trying to do. Trump always has citizens and it is because of, financial gain and resources gain. Simple. That's how do you defend the fact that he brought up drug trafficking, but then pardoned the person who drug trafficking?
How about a Democrat that was president and a Democrat that was running? How about the Democrats that were running for him?
There's so much to this, and it seems like there's so much writing on it, and for it to end up this way, it's really disappointing. I just didn't know if you had any other comments on where it might go from here.
No, that's it. I mean, so if they let it go, if there was a will to move this forward, then the FBI would have done it. And I think that actually tells you as much as anything else. I think it tells you what you need to know because you can watch what the results are. Again, you'll know the tree by its fruit. And the fruit is that there's going to be this guy who couldn't have done it. And thousands of times, and he knows it wasn't the right person, and so does his spouse. There are 2 Secret Service bomb-sniffing team dog handlers that live, 8 doors down from this kid that they arrested. I say kid, he's 30, but he looks like he's 16. He's got juvenile features. He has a juvenile presentation, and he has an autism that basically sets him as kind of a very juvenile human, and nothing against him, but this guy got set up to do something. They arrested him, and they went, and there's a huge instance of like a high percentage of false confessions that happen with people that are autistic, that have been left in conditions that are outside of their control. They left him for 20 minutes alone after threatening him, and came back in, and then he basically just made up stories that are unsubstantiatable. Like, where's the bomb making? Well, that makes it easy because that was 5 years ago. How are you going to find out one in the dump? You'll never find it. Okay. What about the shoes that were so specific and $300 to $400 like specialized sneakers? Destroy this case because there are so many holes in it.
weren't there some purchase records of materials that he bought ahead of time? He'll get rid of it.
Tom, so far ahead of time, he apparently bought the sulfur for his homemade black powder in January of 2018 because he was prematurely aware that he was going to be upset about the election in 2020. He also bought clips that he used for the triggering device, which are these alligator clips that went on a 9-volt battery, and he bought those in 2019, like May and October, if memory serves, but it's a long fucking time earlier. So he was buying shit for years, just random pieces of pipe and some end caps and stuff. And as far as I could tell, he doesn't own a drill press, and they didn't say anything about a center punch. So I'm not sure how you drill through, a rounded, curved, galvanized steel pipe without having it walk all over the place. And if you've ever seen the picture of these bombs, they look like they got real clean drills. He didn't own that, and he didn't own a pair of wire strippers prior to. So there's all this illogical shit. He bought hundreds of feet of wire. He bought 150 feet this day. Bought 300 feet 6 months later. Bought another 50 feet later. Like who knows what kind of weird shit this guy was doing? But none of it implies to me that he was running around doing the pipe bomb, because the Bureau would have found him very, very quickly, and I'm confident they did. And here's what people don't necessarily realize: Massey and Loudermilk put out that summary in January of 25, and this is what's really, really poignant. They identified 186 phone numbers that were in the area that could the person. There were 186 phone numbers identified by the FBI. They did a few things. There were about 38 of them that needed to be interviewed right away. There were about 91 of them, if memory serves, that said that they needed some follow-up information. There were 51 of them that were involved in law enforcement, and they excluded them from the list of scrutiny. I'll tell you something really problematic. If you immediately excluded Capitol Police or Secret Service phone number, but they were admin personnel. Like, what is a law enforcement phone number? They apparently ignored those at the time. And so they started off with some base assumptions that were not appropriate. And then they completely spent the next 5 years giving us dog shit. They were saying, oh, there's a big reward, and here's some bullshit footage that we have deliberately downgraded. We've changed the aspect ratio on, and we've potentially even altered, which, as you said, Mike Ben was pointing out that there was looks like alterations, photoshopping out of the eyes or blurring, some other stuff that went along with that. So all that is all negative.
Chain of custody for the video data, though. It just seems like there should be some pieces to pick up on that are.
There's two major problems with it. Some of the video apparently has been lost forever to the sands of time. Of Capitol Police, who was the divvier, and you found out that the guy who found the pipe bomb ended up being one of the liaisons, but I can imagine the person that was in the role before him was also sympathetic and came out of a similar place. And so you've got I think it was 1825, but my memory may be off. You guys will double check my math. I think it was 1825 when they created the Capitol Police. And I'm fairly confident that it's an executive function to engage in policing. So to do proactive things like take people into custody and to enforce law and all the other things, I'm fairly confident that it would be hard for you to say that that is in any way, shape, or form something the legislative branch can perform. Now, they could allocate money to it. They could allocate money for a contract. They could allocate money and have the president hire on, but they have all this scrutiny over who the people are. But at the end of the day, that's an executive function, and I don't know how you have an executive function underneath the legislature. That seems like inherently problematic. And it turns out they operate kind of like a Praetorian Guard, because they know all the secrets and all the dirt and all the shitty things that all these congressmen have been doing, some of them for decades, and they can cash those chips in whenever they need to. And that's something that's been alleged to a lot of us. To do an audit and found out that they actually have all these missing internal affairs investigations or similar, OPR, we call it Office of Professional Responsibility. When they went and audited those, they're missing files. They're sequential, right? So it'll be like investigation 651, 652, 653. There are missing numbers in that sort of sequence. and they're missing, and the ones that they're attributed to are people that were part of the protective details, the VIP security that they offer, which means the people that are doing the dignitary protection, who have the most access to any of the shenanigans and shitfuckery that goes on in these Congresswomen's offices. Those people happen to also get special coverage, and it turns out their internal affairs investigations are lost. And so, I mean, that's what the Praetorian Guard does. It takes care of itself, and it also manipulates and moves power. You guys can go back and read about the Roman Praetorian Guard, and why Rome was eventually sort of who were unelected, and they just basically had the power and the goods on everybody. And that's not a thing that Americans should have, but it's not talked about very much. It seems like a big issue.
How many of them stuck a knife in Brutus or Caesar?
In Caesar's back?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, those were the senators who probably had to do so because they're manipulated by the people who have the real dirt on them. So it's like, do you want to face public humiliation, shame, and execution? It's the same exact thing. Who can make you do things badly? And there's a really decent chance, and I say that as someone who worked in the government, who worked in D.C. for 5 years for the Bureau. I think from what I've seen, there's a really decent and pretty compelling case that the U.S. Capitol Police were at least aware of and probably complicit in the movement of the pipe bombs on January 6th, which opens them up to all kinds of other questions about what the hell happened, since that's the name of the space, and that's what we're talking about. Again, if you guys have not set out your finger bowl full of vodka or rubbing alcohol for Nancy Pelosi and your chicken bones, make for the last couple of years. But it's truly troubling to think that we're about to hit the statute of limitations, and if they can't prove a conspiracy, then it doesn't matter if they find it. They could drop the charges on Brian Cole Jr. basically tomorrow. They could drop him and say, hey, we fucked up, we got the wrong guy, and don't worry about it, because we can't get anybody else either in this space. That would be really fucked.
Isn't it just your opinion, though, that it's a statute of limitations? Can't you bring charges for sedition and treason, things that are not covered under statute of limitations?
A much higher burden, though, obviously, to be able to make that proof. So, yes, there are things that exceed that and have longer statutes. Some have a statute of 7 years, but for the specific charges of placement of pipe bombs, and they didn't charge an ideology or terrorism. And again, you could extend if you were able to prove a conspiracy, but what I'm looking at is if they wanted to start proving that stuff, they've had the ability to do it. And theoretically, quote unquote, our guys were there.
Laid it all out.
That's right.
Like that's when you step back to 30,000 feet and just look at what happened. Like nobody had a fucking clue. Steve Baker blows the motherfucker wide open. It's right there. And what do? They go and snag this dude. And from day one, it took everybody 30 seconds to figure out that this dude clearly, you just look at him, you're like, dude, don't, why do you go and find some mentally disabled person? Clearly didn't. Retarded. Well, it's crazy. Dude, it's like a joke on us. I swear to God, it's like a joke on us. And to just poke at the people with a fucking brain and be like, oh, you were mad about the last one. Wait till you see what we're gonna fucking slap you in the face with this time. Right. And then just like Kyle said, they're gonna drop this. They're not gonna be like, oops.
It's crazy. I mean, I'm sitting here looking. I made a list of all the things that they were talking about receipts. I mean, I'm a ham radio guy, so I bought toroids to see if I could establish the means to create the waves necessary. I bought magnesium ribbon because I saw a science thing from a black African guy showing what happens when he takes apart a battery, and I thought it was cool. I bought gas pipe because I built a handicap amputee physical fitness stall for my dad. I bought calcium carbide because I like cave lanterns, and I saw that.
It's like, dude, let me stop you right there. What the fuck are you doing? Like the feds are totally listening to this, and they're like, checking the boxes. They're like, dude, we got Patsy guy number 6 for fucking putting him down on the marks. Right. Like when we need this guy.
Yeah. Dude. You're right, Jess. I'm shutting up now, man.
But consider this. Why on earth do we live in a country
where we should be worried about what our fucking government thinks about what we do as citizens. And, you know, it's funny, if you go back and watch the movie V for Vendetta, which was clearly made by lefties, and it has a very leftist bent to it. But if you just kind of like accept that the premise of it is, there's certain things on there that are universally appealing, which is that the government should be fucking fearful of its citizens. And if you think that you need to be beholden to and kowtow to your government, then you are a subject. And so all the sort of, I get like all kinds of funny DMs from people. They're like, who are all these dick riders? The dick riders that want to cheer on your government. Dude, I don't care if my government is doing the best fucking job possible. It's still doing the fucking job because it's government. It's not private industry. So it's not like it's accountable like a regular person. So even the best functioning government is still kind of shit. And so why are we dick riding them? Why are we trying to simple answer lead them? They didn't hear what you've done. So do better every time, no matter how much you want to like the guy. Consider, would you accept those results from one of your employees in any small phase? You're like, hey, this is the mission. There's 10 things. Go accomplish them. Come back at the end of the week and let me know when you've done. They come back at the end of the month and they're like, well, I've done one and I thought about the other one for a long time, but it was hard. And you'd be like, yeah, great job. Like, you're awesome. Like, you need to be reelected. It should be like, no, fuck you. You should never be able to show your face in public again. You should be fucking embarrassed for your inadequacies. And this is why, like, whenever I see Jess and stuff, I'm like, these are the kind of rants that I used to leave my buddies while I worked in the government all day long. I would fucking do these audio messages to my signal groups. And we would just be shit-talking the stupidity. And the fact that people want to cheer this stuff on makes me want to puke. Like, even the best version of the government, I guarantee you they're doing a shit job. And you guys know.
We haven't tarred and feathered anyone in the shows.
Yes, that's exactly it. Nobody. Men, but we're standing there running the microphone. We found out if you whispered into the microphone, you failed me for the last time, now suffer the consequences, the plane on the screen would explode. So you'd say the call sign of the plane, and then you'd say that phrase, and it would detonate, and it would just blow up in midair. And so, like, that's what needs to happen more frequently than not. Like, we should be blowing some shit up. We should be calling and feathering some people. Some people should be worried about, like, their burned asses and some very uncomfortable, quills sticking out of them, but they don't.
Offense is the best defense, and with considering everything how it's going on, I mean, we're definitely under threat. Something is motivating Donald Trump. Something is somebody has him under control. So basically, at this point, I'm like, hey, I better put my neck out there like a turtle, or else I'm not gonna move forward. That's the mentality everybody's going to adapt to. You got the best offense, the best defense, the best offense kind of mentality.
Just do it. It's like living in a place where you're growing your own food and you're insulating yourself against bullshit. It's living in a suburban thing, and you go, okay, fine. Well, I'm going to make a contingency of neighbors. We're all going to be on the same page. We're going to know each other's families' names. We're going to make sure we look after each other's kids. We're going to do things that people do. Like fucking community, which is what this country was actually set up to do. Anybody who tells me that the solution to a problem is we need a government program for it, I think you're out of your fucking mind. It's like, why not schoolhouses? Just under what circumstances would you think that the problem needs to be solved by some sort of government, and God forbid it be the federal government? I mean, if you want to go to your city council and fix something, fine, go do it. But everybody wants to immediately go like, what's my congressman going to do? How come there ought to be a law? It's like, bitch, there ought to be just, you don't do that. There ought to be consequences for regular people. It's not that hard.
Amen. The answer is pretty simple, though, Kyle. On 9/11, and what came out of 9/11? The Patriot Act. Then they turn around and use the shit against us. And now let's talk about Palantir. Oh, absolutely. Look at Palantir. You think it's bad now? Wait for the full grip of Palantir.
Like, we don't have nothing against the small flag. There's a time and place. That wasn't it.
So how much fraud can we be able to uncover? How much fraud do you think we could possibly uncover when we flip this California red? And like what you guys are saying here, because there's no, I mean, I'm taking inventory, and we've had brilliant people speaking. We got critics, we got Trump defenders, we got hopefuls, we got actionless guys. I mean, I guess my question to you is, does social media influence matter? Because I've loved this entire space, and I never heard of you. So that's scary. And if you foment,
come out of your shell, dude.
What?
Yeah, just let him cook his
I'm just saying, like, you guys foment your opinions with speed and efficacy of delivery, and it's entertaining. And those are the voices that should perk up. But I have to forcibly change my experience by putting you guys on notify to even see you post anything.
Yeah, that's not accidental. I mean, obviously that's the case. I regularly. I mean, my account's pretty good size. You guys have seen it. It's coming up on 250,000.
It's awesome.
240, whatever it is, and so it grows every single month, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, like, I still perform like when I had 40 or 50,000 followers, maybe worse, and fine. So what? Yeah, does social media matter? It does. My social media account.
Well, who
Jess,
does
I
she
don't know if you
go
think
to?
it this way, but it's
Kim
a fucking
Walls
weapon
is
system.
there saying,
It's not a weapon system. It hits everybody. It obviously pisses off certain people.
So
It doesn't matter if it gets to all of you. It doesn't matter if you see something you don't like and you want to read.
And it's probably
I hit a certain frequency that very much upsets certain people, and I've had right around 40 FBI agents fired because of the stuff that I've published about them and who they are and what they've been doing, and it's like that got action. So in a serious world, X doesn't mean shit. It's a bunch of people that are just basically jerking off to the sound of their own voice, and they're typing things into the void, and nobody cares. Like, that's the reality of it. That's what it ought to be. But it turns out that this administration overly values it, and so do a bunch of other people who are these like limp-wristed weirdos that live in Washington, D.C., and that's just the nature of the beast. I know guys in think tanks, I know guys in Congress, I've had fucking chiefs of staff call me up and say, you're tweeting me, and you hurt the feelings of one of our interns, and I was like, who the fuck are you? Like, get off my phone. I fucking work for you. You're not my representative. I don't give a shit. I had fucking David Mike Lee's a friend of his chief of staff called me up and say, you hurt fucking Mike Lee's family or hurt his feelings. And I'm like, intermediary, please take it down. You hurt the movement. Fuck your movement. I'm not part of it. So it's weird that it actually has that sort of gravity to certain people. And so, the short answer is yeah, social media does matter. It's the only reason why
they have to have consent. They have to have consent to rule. Like, this does matter. Public opinion does rule the day. Like,
this is El Normo. This is with a former FBI employee.
We do.
This is why
that's why they.
This is why people
before Trump even started with Maduro. Like, this shit's been going on for a while. I don't know where you've been, but welcome to the party. Glad you woke up. Welcome to 2020.
I wondered how many people don't have their own picture. How many people don't have their own name? I'm not calling you out saying that you're wrong for it. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that don't. And there's a reason for that. Because there's consequences to putting your name and your face out there. Like, I probably can't work another job in a regular way. I'm probably going to have to go grow my own food for the rest. What do you think you've accomplished? Since that time, I've had 4 babies. I fucking trained for war. Like, I own more guns than you have friends. Like, I don't give a shit about like what I look like when I was 15. Like, you think I didn't know what I looked like when I was 15? I need pictures like that all over my mom's house. Like, what kind of weird shit are you people doing? So it does matter in so much as if you step out into the space, you kind of also have to know that there's going to be consequences to it. Jess, you know what it's like. You fucking weirdos show up at your house to try to offer you things, to try to compromise you. People send you threats. I get a couple of death threats a year. I mean, a couple of death threats a month. And my death threats are always like really lame and kind of weak. And I always just tell them, it's like, if you fucking know where I live, just come here, but don't plan on going, like, make it one way. Right. You know, say your goodbyes. I'll bury you in the backyard. I'll fucking have a friend with a tractor dig it up. Because
there's Jess.
it's the same attitude. It's like, but there's only so many people that are willing to do that, and more importantly, honestly, our society wouldn't function if everybody was doing what I just said to you. Because I just don't think, like, we're just not built. Everybody. But obviously, there needs to be some instigators that need to push the envelope.
Yes.
And you can tell what happens because it pisses people off, and it starts entire propaganda campaigns. There's a big one going right now, and you guys are seeing it. It's people that are sharing. It's Benny Johnson sharing of like what's going on in Venezuela when it's not actually going on in Venezuela. You know, and I'll just name these people's names because half of them I've spoken to, and they're not mean people. They're not bad people. They're just principleless people. They're just trying to make money because they know where the fucking bread is buttered. And then there's people like Jess who are just going to say what the fuck he wants, and he's going to go weld himself a fireplace. So, you know, that's what attracts me to that. People who just say honest shit, whether or not it you know, maybe it burns their hands. They're going to do it anyway. That's kind of like
Juice boxes or juice box ass kissers.
Well, all that being
So
said,
weird as shit on that about whether it burns your hand or not. Like, this is something I was talking to somebody else the other day. My social media accounts came from me promoting my art and promoting my business. And when I started fucking talking politics, people sent me messages and they were like, you're gonna destroy you can't do that, you're gonna never make any money. My fucking business and my shit blew the fuck up almost immediately as soon as I just started speaking my mind. Like, I think that's a lie because we're the majority. We're not the minority. Like, we've been trained.
but Jess, I'm telling you and Kyle, you guys are being muted, except for those people who literally are forcing X to let us see you.
That's why we need to follow people like Jess and repost his rants on all those pages. And on TikTok here and on Instagram, y'all need to be repost. When he comes in and does his little spit, repost it because that goes everywhere, you know?
Yes, I followed my buddy.
Is going on the criminal side of it, but you know, there's still the civil. You know, these guys, civil rights were violated, and these cops and agents that did that, aren't they opening themselves? Didn't they open themselves up to what's the qualified immunity? They lose the qualified immunity. They can be sued personally. Do we ever hear someone attorney? All right. But
Right, actually, class action lawsuit is actually feasible.
Yeah, but you'd have to know who you're dealing with, wouldn't you?
Do we have any civil rights attorneys in the group right now?
Your big issue is that you know that you're not going to have to worry about that because you haven't identified the person you're going to sue. That's the biggest issue. It's not going to go anywhere because you have an idea and you don't have access to information to prove it. And even if you went in there, like let's say you went in there for your civil suit and you're subpoenaing records, you know, there's like 9 different exceptions that the FBI specifically can use to not give you the records that they would need to give you. So all of this stuff is going to end up dying. Hear me out. I'm not telling you they're wrong. There's plenty of people whose rights were infringed upon. I mean, there's guys like Enrique Tarrio who were thrown in prison and they weren't even fucking there on that day. And that's insane to me. There's people that have not been pardoned. There's guys like Joe Biggs who sit out there, who served this country, were injured, you know, bled for this country, and at the same time, the dude like didn't do anything violent. He walked around. I've talked to him about it pretty extensively, and he didn't even get pardoned on this, so he can't even get his VA benefits. So he's out there just like, you know, going hand to mouth. So there's a lot of people that are scraping by and are in a bad spot, and no question in my mind, that's an injustice. But where in this world does anybody see that injustice is always properly answered?
But I have to be arrest records with, you know, names.
And said they got pushed in the back by some cop and then they left. But, you know, my God, I would have been finding out their name, you know, especially if I got arrested over it.
This is the greatest thing.
Just because you were there, just because you were there, they had people coming to people's houses, FBI agents and or marshals in a arresting room. There has to be some kind of way.
Charlie, but here I am telling you, did we not just elect our FBI director that we lobbied for to get, and isn't he supposed to be making that available? And they're not. And so what I'm telling you is, you can tell that the system is what it does. What the system is not doing is giving people access to this information. They're fighting these cases tooth and nail. If you haven't seen it, they are aggressively pushing back. They have done everything they can. I'll just tell you, it's a real simple experience. I sued the FBI and the DOJ in their official capacities, and the director and the AG. I sued them over violations of my civil liberties, violations of Title VII, religious freedoms and accommodations, for COVID stuff. Okay, for the COVID policy that they enacted in 2021 and 2022. Here's the craziest part: Kash Patel fired the motherfucker who actually implemented all of the COVID policies that I am suing the FBI for. And he fired him specifically for his egregious and pension and for my salary and the benefits and all the
What
other
are your
kind of
damages?
they should be in the millions. I mean, just the actual monetary damages should be in the millions. And the crazy thing is, they offered us like $800 per person to shut the fuck up and go away. That's horseshit. I mean, they offered people like, we're willing to give you a capped amount of leave, because some people just burned leave to avoid going into the office, and they're like, we're willing to give you like 30 days of leave back when they burned 50. They won't even make them whole on their leave balance to avoid a policy that they have already acknowledged was illegal, unlawful, immoral, and unethical, and actually improperly, to the point where they actually fired someone over it.
That's the problem. That's the biggest problem.
If I can't get justice as a former agent, if I can't get justice, if I can't go back to my own agency where the new people have taken over and they've told us we're going to fix the agency and we're firing the guys that did the bad thing, but they won't even acknowledge the people who are victims of the bad thing, they're sure as fuck not going to help some J6ers who didn't work for the government, who may be nameless people, who oftentimes are indigent.
Or if I do, people want to donate money, is there a place that someone can go to donate?
To help the COVID fund of the FBI folks? I mean, they all have a job. I have a job. I'm paying my legal bills.
Okay.
They're all individuals.
If there's people that need help, will you guys let us know so that we can try to spread the word?
I may have to do this because right now the FBI director's girlfriend has sued me for $5 million. And that's pretty atrocious. If you guys saw that Elijah Schaefer was sued and that Sam Parker was sued, she sued me first. Realized that they fucked up in their lawsuit, because in our actual response to them, we pointed out that she didn't sue anybody else for stuff, that she went on the Megyn Kelly podcast and talked about the things that I'm talking about, and what I was doing was a legitimate discussion of a public affair and current events. And so anyway, we've defended ourselves on that. I do use hyperbole and sarcasm regularly in my podcast because I'm a sarcastic dude. I live in a world full of like stupidity, and taking it just in some sort of
transparently speaking, I also don't want to ask anybody else for it, because it's like if I can bear it and I didn't go hungry and my kids didn't lose anything that they needed and all my payments got met, then I'm not going to ask anybody until it gets worse. And if it ends up going into another phase and we don't get dismissed at the, in the early end, then that's what it was. It was just the cost of doing business in this fucked up country we live in, where I have to send off, 2 months work or 3 months work to some shithead, and I had to pay off my
Hey
attorneys
Kyle,
and pay off
if
fucking
Mickey
$5 million
Rourke, if Mickey Rourke,
debt for the rest of my life.
Buy some XRP. We're up 40 cents today.
if Mickey Rourke can do a fundraiser to pay his fucking mortgage, you could do a GoFundMe, Kyle.
I know what you're doing here. My buddy tried to get me out of Kadena, you fuckers.
XRP is the next Bitcoin.
Bro, I just
My silver went up badass today again.
I'm buying ammo.
So it's
I'm
not like
buying any
Trump's the
shit
first one to
coins.
go try to get them.
Coins for me.
They've been trying to get them for a while.
Stock
Trump's just the one who got it.
So
I was talking to Dan like for the last couple of weeks. Dan is specifically interested in coming after me, so I don't know if he's going to come after Jess, but probably after that rant. By the way, I played the podcast this morning, bro. So I've highlighted you to the angry man. But you know what?
I'm getting a couple more gold stars next to my name on the naughty list.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You're
Dan better be careful. It's not going to go like he thinks.
That's exactly the problem. Listen, I'm excited about it because at the end of the day, it's like I have about an audience of, if I'm broadly looking, I figure I have about 300,000 people that tune into my podcast at least once in 30 days. But we got 30,000 followers on Rumble, we got another about 20,000 on YouTube, and we got the X audience, which is obviously stifled. End of the day, if a dude who has literally millions of followers and used to make a living, was on Fox News and had the biggest podcast on his platform that he owned and all shit, wants to come and pick a fight with me, that's the funniest shit in the world, because all it says is that I'm right, and you're so concerned.
Yeah, but here's the thing. How does it need anybody on his side? I mean, I've watched him for a while, and a little PSA for you, man. You've never changed your fucking story. You've always put out what you felt like putting out, and you've never given a shit. And that's why they're coming after you, because you have receipts, man, like the raccoon. I see Lou down there. Where the fuck is the raccoon at lately, man?
Is the raccoon trash?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he doesn't come around me anymore. After he took some of our private conversation and shared it with some chick because he was hoping to get some nudies or something, and he took it out of context as well. So that dude is a sniveling fucking simp and a fat fuck to begin with too, which is why he hides behind a raccoon. Anyway, there's a lot of people out here that you think are something and they're really not, and they'll show you them. If you talk to them long enough, they're okay.
like the other day, I got told that I didn't know shit about narco-terrorism. I'm like, okay, you fucking idiot. I didn't spend 4 years in the Coast Guard chasing these fucks. I didn't go through fatal funnels and get shot at. Yeah, you're right. But, yeah, that's my point, dude. And I'm glad you said that, because there's a lot of accounts that fit that same narrative.
Waiting through all those hands for you to tell me you're not doing hands?
I was trying to, I know, we just kind of learned, so I just thought I'd let you know.
You should have just read that dirt bike. Is that a dirt bike or is that a sport bike? What am I looking at? Sport. That's BTM T8 bar. Those are just a bunch of letters. Is that a sport bike or is it a dirt bike? I can't tell. Yeah, it's a sport bike. Okay, there we go. Just fire away, man. Have at it. Well, anyways, I'm just a contractor from Missouri, so I helped send Bailey and Eric up there. But coordinated pipe bombs next to a vice president and then turn around and prioritize trespassing. The context there is fucking laughable. Like, that's the highest security fucking, like, you don't know if it was a fucking foreign name. Where was the third bomb? Like, in comparison to Boston, you went fucking door to door? Like, yeah, you had an actual bomb go off, but you're talking about the fucking vice president in D.C. In D.C., and you find 2 coordinated fucking bombs and your response to it is nothing, and then you turn around and bitch about National Guard not get called in for the fucking protest. Like, these people are fucking clowns. Like, everyday people like me fucking see this shit, so I don't give a fuck if they bring accountability or not. This shit ain't going away, ever.
100%. Hey guys, there's some good news. Breaking news. The Minnesota daycare scammers are 4 weeks away from developing nukes. So Bibi Netanyahu or J6, but at least the Somalians are going to get some heat.
Never in my life did I think I would see fucking cocaine in the White House twice, butt fucking in the Senate, Trans Day on Easter, and you're fucking right naked in front of kids and all the sexualization. You let your fucking borders flood. Like, how the fuck are people not waking up?
Sounds like a rated X movie.
Go ahead and jump in there, Keith.
So I'm an oil and gas guy out in Wyoming, and I guess just jump in here, like all this stuff with Venezuela and the billionaire and the corporation influence on him is just obscene, and people that do talk about Susie Wiles, nobody seems to pay attention to it. But I mean, the gatekeeper, the fat old woman that nobody really wants to be there being the gatekeeper, and you pay attention. If anybody paid attention and may not have, but during COVID, every independent and small mom and pop oil company either got bought out or bankrupt. And then the big companies just sat and waited. And I mean, we're going all the way back on 100 years of any trust. And we have 5 major corporations to control a majority of the space, just the same as they do in the meatpacking industry and so many others. And they are loving every moment of this because the big 5 oil companies are now dominant in the entire continent and hemisphere of North and South America by this happening. And Trump handed it to them. And now, like, I own a small oil company that's, very small. And it jeopardizes my future in a lot of ways because if they plummet the price down to $40 a barrel, they're doing exactly what Rockefeller did. They want to destroy the industry so then they can You need to quit watching TV, you old fuck. Like, I'm getting so tired of all this crap. Like, the old boomer mentality of this ignorant old guy who made money at the right time when the stock market mattered, and it doesn't matter to the average Joe because it only matters to the biggest banksters and the corporate interests. Like, our oil prices and the cost per gallon don't reflect because we're still paying Green New Deal bullshit taxes that Biden put in place that could have been reversed. And the last time oil was this low, it was $1 cheaper per gallon because they put a 78-cent tax on every gallon of fuel and a 20-cent tax on every refined gallon of fuel. That's $1 of increase. And Trump's ignorant ass keeps listening to Lutnick and all these other dipshits that are out there to just pocket money and he's out for the common man, and he's the furthest thing from a Theodore Roosevelt, in conception. So I guess I just wanted to really chime in and throw that out there that, like, the major oil companies in the energy industry, like, they win the most out of this deal. And if we can hop into a country and pull this off, why in the fuck are we not picking up traitors and having Nuremberg or military tribunals? Like, get real. Like, this is all happening because the right people paid for it to happen, not because
they can take out Maduro. If they can take out Maduro in Venezuela, why can't they take out the top criminals in Washington here as quickly?
Bingo, exactly. Like, if this was genuine, and I don't buy it, like, okay, this color revolution's going to be different, I swear, because Donald Trump's the president. Kiss my ass. Bullshit. Q also.
Keith, you should get on the air more. I mean, that was a concise use of knowledge distilled in a few sentences. Thank you.
Well, you don't trust the pipe? Say that again?
I was just going to chime in real quick and say, if it was legit, I mean, there's been a warrant out for his arrest since 2019, and there's been 3 attempts previously till now on his life. So now, this is what doesn't make the narrative just doesn't make sense.
Well, and Keith, just to repeat myself, I wanted to thank you because that was a concise use of your knowledge in a very few set of sentences, which is what people need to hear. I'm not sure I'm going to give accolades to FDR. But I will say that what you...
Well, I wasn't giving him accolades. I'm saying that he made a far more valid attempt to relate to the common man than Trump ever has.
Exactly. And I feel like... and even his hopes, sometimes he shoots out hopeful messages, and it feels like that he's just made a few too many...
Hope is a dangerous thing.
Yeah, it seems like he's made a few too dangerous deals with cabals that have no interest in common man.
Well, and you just look at, like, your pals with Lindsey Graham. What in the actual fuck? Like, you ignorant old cocksucker. Like, and I'm talking about Lindsey, not Trump. Like, that ignorant old cocksucker gets to be involved in everything. Get real. Like, that Peter Puffin fag that has been in the Senate for way too long. Like, I caught Chip Roy, who I'm not a big fan of. That guy is all over the board and half ignorant most of the time. And he had a big rant of, we ought to disband Congress. Well, no shit, we should have disbanded Congress 20 years ago. Like, we should have had a constitutional crisis and burned this thing to the ground. We should have... Then Bush pulled his shit. The first one.
Well, and I mean, other pockets.
Well, they all got their hands down each other's pants. I mean, it's either in their pocket or in the, like they got it on both sides, and it's such bullshit. And then you look at people like Kelly Loeffler, who is an insider trading, bullshit master, just not as famous as Nancy Pelosi, and she runs the damn SBA. Are you fucking kidding me? Like we have people that are just corrupt all over the place. Like I said earlier, we need more tar and feathering. Like we need more ropes and more people swinging. Like all the way back to the founders. Like it is just seeing what is tolerated, and people don't get punched in the mouth near often enough.
You're right about that.
Trade Minnesota for Alberta.
Oh, we shouldn't trade anything. Like, we should never let ground go. And that's been the problem. Like, you look at California, and they just gave out that audit that they know are absolutely indefinable, corrupt, and thieves. And they're going to make Minnesota look like a blip on the radar on the hundreds of billions of fraud. Like, they had $38 billion in absolute proven fraud during COVID in the unemployment bullshit. Like that's the whole thing. Like the top of the Civil War.
I mean,
well, yeah. How about that?
Who in the FBI is investigating the fraud of the train to nowhere, and who bought the land, and who used eminent domain, and who asked for it, and what the fucking nobody. So again,
well, how about Christy Noem?
They're just not.
Christy Noem's state of South Dakota, which is bordering to the state of mine, she eminent domained tons of private landowners' land that did not want a certain set of right-of-ways through there because they weren't going to pay them shit. And they were obstructing and saying, oh, no, we want to get paid the same as everybody else.
Chevron, like Exxon, like BP, and all of these others that are going to make these contracts and go ahead and work with the new government that's apparently not a big issue, according to the Trump right now, saying the people now get to decide their own fate without the threat of Maduro while they're celebrating and cheering in the streets. They now get to fucking make their own determination, and that government will have to deal with companies and say, hey, we're going to accept this trade deal or not. That is not a fucking resource grab. You clearly don't know what you're talking about because he didn't send you.
And it comes all the way from back to the energy stuff. The head of the BLM, and that's not the Black Lives Matter, the Bureau of Land Management for the Rocky Mountain region was a dipshit from Boulder, Colorado, who had on his bio as an avid outdoorsman. That faggot would go up and hike out of Boulder and call himself an outdoorsman. He didn't know shit about it. He got appointed by Obama, and they've been just systematically. You should not have anything left, and nothing should be, no remnants, no museums. We should just be gone. Like, maybe how have we not?
I mean, I was just going to say, it may be happening. The Venezuela thing that Jess shed light on from maybe the Asian guy, but that was just the tip of the spear. That's just the beginning of a resource war that's gonna transform probably all of us.
Well, who's it going to transform? How is it going to help us?
Oh, I'm not saying it's going to help us.
Oh, yeah. It is a systematic rot from inside out. And these people don't pay a consequence. That's why I say more people need smacked in the mouth, or hung. These people shouldn't get away with it.
And that's just it, Keith. It's about the petrodollar. It has nothing to do with us, like so many men.
Why they attack their ass. It's not because Ukrainians are just some innocent motherfuckers.
Guys, I want you guys to do back and forth, but put your hands up so I know who I can rotate down.
Well, that being said, I'm going to have to shut it down in a couple minutes and I'm left up here. Easy way to turn it over. Can I hand it over to you, or is that not feasible, Sally?
You can hand it over to me.
Is there a way to hand it over to you? Is what I mean?
Oh no, I can open another space if people want to continue the conversation. I think it's a great conversation. So for the people down below.
Real quick, Kyle.
Sir.
Hey, such a pleasure to be on here with all you guys. I've been obsessing over Twitter, reading you guys like all day, every day. I love it. Do you not think that protecting the petrodollar is kind of a like MAGA principle? I mean, is there not a lot of validity in protecting the petrodollar? Just as Sally said, you can see immediate.
I think that there is certainly a value in it. I don't think that the action that took place in Venezuela is without merit or without some sort of positive aspect for America, and that's not the argument I made this morning. My point is, it wasn't even in the top 10 things that were discussed need to be done. And what I don't see is the immediate things that are going to kill us. I look at things kind of like as like a triage response, as kind of a medic going into an emergency. The way that I saw this country ending would look like no border, unlimited people coming in. That's your sort of blood spill, major hemorrhage. That need to be stopped. Sounds like we've kind of got that under control. It's great. The next thing is we're going to die from toxicity of having too many people eating up the natural resources of this country, housing, food, schools. We're finding out that there are significant percentages of the stuff that we're like common and public goods being used up by those who have no business being here. And our deportation numbers are achieved a net good and you did number 20 on the punch list, but you left number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and all the way down to 10 off. That's where I'm like, why the fuck are we announcing this shit? Like, if this was something that was happening while we were punching off the other really critical stuff, and I don't think we are, then it would be like, oh, okay, cool, added bonus. We've solved a problem down in Venezuela. We're dealing with a narco-terrorist. We're starting to create some sort of like, I don't honestly, at the end of the day, I don't really care if the United States military wants to project force in our hemisphere or even outside of it. Like, that's what it's meant to do. It destroys things. That's what our military does very effectively. And I'm sure the guys who signed up to do that mission, they wake up every morning early and train for that shit. So that's kind of where I'm at. And so, yeah, I'm not saying it's like it was a bad thing. I'm saying that's kind of where I'm at. And so, yeah, I'm not saying it's like it was a bad thing. I'm saying it's like, if that's the victory, if that's what you're going to tout, you're telling me that you're not going to win the big game because you're showing me some garbage sideshow. I guess do it for me.
I guess for me, I was just thinking that if it turns into the Petro Yuan or the Petro Ruble, we're all in deep shit. And so that's like,
I mean, if he was serious about all those things, though, wouldn't there be like some additional things that have to happen? Wouldn't we be, turning away 600,000 Chinese students that basically steal from us, rob us blind from all the industrial processes and
but we're getting more H-1Bs.
There's an awful lot of ways that would be, like I said, it would be fine if it was part of here's a 20-step plan that's going to help solidify the currency, stabilize U.S. economy as being having the petrodollar and sort of disable some of the capabilities that the BRICS nations are building up on the background. If it was part of a Are we fucking serious about this right now? Is that the win? It's not the win. You're going to end up with more refugees in this country.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And just to piggyback on that, like, I was wondering if, like, possibly, like, in the most optimistic way, that this may be a means of connecting the dots. And I guess instead of trying to take out people and arrest people from the top down, go from the bottom up and start arresting people from the bottom up and somehow making the connections. I don't know like totally the ins and outs of it, but it seems like there's connections between Venezuela and U.S. politicians right now. There may be something to that, and I may have missed where you guys talked about this earlier.
No, we didn't touch it, but this is kind of like the Smartmatic, Dominion voting machines, election fraud. All these things got quarterbacked out of Venezuela. At the end of the day, if they wanted to go do this stuff,
that those people end up in like cycles of depression. That's not me. I'm never depressed. I'm always feeling fine. I'm always ready to fight. So like I just look at it and
Let's go. Hey Kyle, before we lose your attention span and you're heading out, can I DM you? I want to DM you. The Asian guy shared details about how there were some very suspect movements of tons of precious metals before we attacked. So it seems like this was a reaction, not an action. And I know you're talking on the talking points that Trump boasts on, and I don't mean to be the guy that's throwing out the conspiracy theory, but it seems like it's not conspiracy theory when it's becoming mainstream, and I wanted to share it with you.
Yeah, my DMs are open, Chip, as a general rule. Like, if people send me things that are interesting, I'll engage with it. If people send me a mental illness, sometimes I engage with that too, because it's fun. So I don't mind. I leave them open because I get all kinds of weird shit, and sometimes it's entertaining, sometimes it's just, anyway, my DMs are open. You guys can hit them in there. They'll go into the requests. I look into them every day.
Before you go, Kyle, Brianna came up and Luke came up, and they haven't spoke yet, so make sure they get a chance.
I know. I'm gonna just ignore them and go to sleep. That's what I was gonna do.
You always ignore me. I don't take it personal anymore.
Personally is an adverb, I think, right? Is that the way we want to do that? No, go ahead. If you guys want to throw something, I wanted you guys to continue this in another space, and I think that's probably a great place to kick it off. I don't mean to shut it down. I just got to get up in the morning, and I took my kids pee, and my deal is my wife goes to bed earlier, and I sit up late, and then I go to bed, and I try to sleep until 6 a.m. So.
I just came in to say happy J6.
Bree, if you're go with
one more thing on immigration, 10 seconds.
Send it.
So no, I want to clarify eminent domain really quickly. Like,
I want you to launch a whole thing, and you and Keith can get into a discussion about it. Hold on, Doug. Go ahead, Doug.
So I said this to a local Republican REC meeting. There's like 75 people there. I was asked to speak on flock, but I spoke on immigration too. So basically, if we're not following the law and prosecuting executives and fining companies like big fines.
Can you hold on just a second, I'm sorry. Well, that guy left. Anywho, I think a lot of people don't understand is that the oil, the people of Venezuela was not profiting from the actual oil that was being produced. Alan is correct. It was taken away from the U.S. companies that actually put in the whole infrastructure. Now, what they were doing is they took away that company and they created their own Venezuelan oil refinery company, right? That is the reason why Trump, before all this shit went down, he went after the what? The oil barges because Venezuela actually owes them. So excuse me, sir, put a tampon in it. They were taking the money, selling it very cheap to China instead of selling it at fair price with other countries. That is the reason why they were taken away from their own people and making them live in poverty. So what Trump is saying is like when they say people get outraged, oh, USA is going to sell the oil. Yes, we're going to sell the oil for people of Venezuela at a fair rate to China or who the fuck ever, and give that money back to the people. Also, he's going to have the U.S. oil companies come in, build back the refineries because they let it go to shit, right? That's why it took so long to process that oil, because it's not light oil, it's dark oil. So then they're going to take those funds and actually build their GDP up. People don't realize Venezuela before Chavez and the oil company, that control means that control now goes back to the people put in office. The important part, I feel like people don't know power. Thank you.
We get all the time about, oh, we're going in for resources, this, that, the other, about Iraq, everything. Actually, if you go look, they
actually asked us to start buying oil from Iraq, we'd help build the infrastructure. Okay, so why did they have the U.S. start buying oil? Because it helps rebuild the economy. Will we be buying oil from Venezuela? Absolutely. Why will we do it? Because it helps to rebuild. Trump said it very clearly. If people would just stop watching MSNBC and CNN and just the little clips and actually watch the press conference, what Trump himself said was the money will be going to the people of Venezuela. It will be going to the people of Venezuela that were forced to come here. It will also be going to help pay back the damages that were caused from that regime. So guess what?
Corey, which military units?
Hold on. The war in
Corey, no, like what military units right now from the U.S. are in control of the mining operations in Venezuela as well as the oil production?
I think it's MS-13. Now there's nobody there.
So I mean, again, I keep hearing these people sit there, hey, stop. So I hear all these people keep going, it's a resource grab, it's a resource grab. We're grabbing resources, we're stealing the resources because we did not actually place any fucking people from the U.S. in those positions to actually secure or to take those resources. It is now up to the Venezuelan governments to either restructure or redo the deals with the private companies that aren't just from the U.S., by the way, they're from other nations too, and to actually say, hey, we're going to execute on these deals. That is what Trump gave them. They have to elect a government, they have to go and have it. No, there's no gold that's being done. There's none. It's been debunked. You can't even cite a source. You can't even post a source that says, hey, you know what, the U.S. is silently or quietly fucking stealing gold. All you have is just some fucking soundbite from some person that wanted 30 seconds on a camera to sit there and say, oh, we're stealing resources. And they did it. Trump didn't do that. Nowhere. Nada. He didn't take the drugs. He didn't take the money. He didn't seize any of that stuff. It just doesn't exist. It's a fantasy. And you need to learn to control yourself. And you need to learn to how to actually fucking read or something other than Rachel Madcow's fucking rants at night. It's ridiculous.
And Brad, the funny thing is if you think about it, this guy is literally this thing, the thing that they've spent $1 billion, over $1 billion, trying to say that Trump was a guy who wouldn't step down from power. They literally said it was the threat to democracy. He was the biggest threat to the world. That was Maduro. 3 times, like you said, fuck that, I'm not leaving, right? Then he's a dictator.
His country had a lot of gold.
And guess what? This is the fact. That is the same guy that they spent $1 billion to go against that they're now supporting. And I just can't. I want them to. They say it's illegal. Show us. So then nobody cites a source. They listen to CNN, they listen to MSNBC, and they hear this, but then there's none of that. But then they ignore the fact that we went in and we killed Gaddafi. I mean, when we killed Gaddafi, I'm sorry, did anybody bitch about Obama doing that? Did anybody care that they sodomized him with a bayonet? Like, come on, he's a criminal. But
I mean, Obama, is there somebody that didn't get a drone strike from Obama?
Why does everything have to be on Obama, right? It was a
But where is all this liberal compassion and empathy for all the suffering people?
So here's why, Reno, and this is what we're trying to explain. Everybody always says, why is it about whataboutism? Because with liberals, there's this problem that we run into. I don't care. I didn't say you were. I didn't say you fucking were. Listen to my words. This is the problem with liberals. Okay? Liberals run the media. For fuck's sakes, the guy that owns Fox News, he's a liberal. But he says this: one of my sons is getting Fox News because there has to be that opposing voice. My other kid cannot have it, right? Because he's a rational Democrat, okay? But the liberals put this freaking ideology out there that literally Trump can say, guess what? He could prove ivermectin cures cancer. It does work on COVID, by the way. You can look it up. Go look up at the ivermectin blackout in India and see what the fucking facts show. But this goddamn country said no. Because why? Because Trump said it. They literally don't give a fuck about saving lives. They're anti-Trump. Okay? The fact is when we say Obama went in and had Gaddafi assassinated in his own fucking country, and he was the rightful leader. And then what did we do? We left it a mess. We did it in Iraq. We did it in Iran. Guess what? Under who? Democrats. And then you had Biden bombing people. Then you had Biden putting a $25 million hit on his head. It was Obama that said that they're a threat to our national security. And if you don't understand what the threat to national security means, wait till you have a bomb threat in your house, because I'll tell you something. The motherfucker that got assassinated, got a bayonet shoved up his ass, that guy had a freaking bomb threat on my fucking house, and I had to run from it. I lived in Germany, and he was so proud of the fact that they were going to do this. Now, there was no bomb. Yeah, they were just scaring people. But they knew who lived off base. And guess what? When you start living that here in America, because you started letting people get too close, you left borders open, you think they're not patient? They tried taking down the damn towers at 93 and waited till when to do it again? They will wait until your guard is down, and then all of a sudden, they're going to start attacking your schools and everywhere else where little kids can't defend themselves. And then you're going to say, well, how could they let this happen? Muslim.
Corey, that is the reason
No,
why
but you talked about attacking schools and blowing up buildings.
People were asking questions, and Trump said, I talked to him weeks ago, and I gave him an out. I said, you can go live your life in Turkey. He said, no, I want to stay there. If you let me stay in Venezuela, I'll give you everything that you want. You can have all of our oil. I'll give you everything. Trump could have taken that, but he didn't. He said no, because if you let them in, within 10 years, this whole problem is going to be there, and the Venezuelan people are going to suffer. So he could have actually taken all the shit, but he's like, nope, I wasn't going to do it, because there's going to be another Maduro then. It had to be cut off. But Trump could have done the grab, but he didn't. He chose to help the people.
Right, KK. And if you think about it, like they were talking about going in and getting the cartels out of Mexico, and the here's the problem. If you come out and publicly say, yes, I want you to come in and take the cartels, how many minutes do you think she would be alive after she said that? 10? 15? We know what happens in some of these other countries when they don't go with things.
Corey, it's because she's in bed with the cartels, unfortunately.
I agree, but I'm hoping maybe she's like, yeah, but I'd like to get out from underneath that. I'm hoping, but she could never admit it publicly, or she'd be.
Point of order, moderator, point of order. Can I just say, before we take out cartels in Mexico, let's take out the clown world cartels running America.
And deep state, is that what we're talking about? We know who's running it. I mean, we're finding that out from the files of the FBI. What they did, they have 274,000 FISA warrants on violations for people's constitutional rights, privacy. Let's talk about that. Who's running what?
Look, at the end of the nobody cares whether it's a Democrat president or Republican president. Trump is the most honest president we've had in our lifetime, at least my lifetime. Because he came out publicly and he said, yes, this was about the oil, right? He was secret about the gold, right? He didn't bring the gold to the public attention, but he said, yeah, this was about oil. This was about resources, right? This was a resource grab. But then the problem is, you have his followers doing whataboutery and doing gymnastics with their words, semantic gymnastics. And what happens is, when you look, I'm almost done. Last sentence. I'm almost done. But look, when you do these gymnastics, right? You think you're sounding smart, but really you're making America look bad, right? People will respect America if you just admit that it's a resource grab. It happened under Obama. It happened under Bush, right? It's happened under many presidents in the past. Just admit and call it for what it is.
It's not just a resource grab, it's a banking grab. All this flows through the banks. This is all legal negotiations. It's not instantaneous riches and additional production.
Just hold on. So here's the thing where you're just talking about the verbal gymnastics, and I want to run there with you because are you here in America?
Listen, guys that come on here and ask questions all night long instead of just telling us high-value information, these are the people who will waste your time on this app. Tell us your valuable information. Don't ask no questions.
Hey, little bitch, let me fucking just shut your fucking mouth, and you can go next, okay? I'm asking him a question because we're having a dialogue. I don't know if you know what the fuck that means.
Hello?
You know.
Hello? Hello?
Your father isn't in your life. Get the fuck out of here. All right. So the fact is this.
Just proceed with it.
Reno, hold on. Reno. When we were
These are
talking
the people
about verbal
who
gymnastics, so
waste.
here's the deal. The verbal
I'm
gymnastics
not wrong.
that we just played were fucking phenomenal. Well done. I'd almost give you a 10 on the landing, right? But the flips, they were all tense, and here's why. Because if you listen to the fucking press conference, this is what I was asking, because it was on air live here on many stations. What did he say it was about? He didn't say it was about the oil. It was about killing Americans. Because do you know how many Americans die a year from fentanyl? I'm going to tell you, it's more than all the little fucking wars we've been in.
The fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela.
Listen.
Venezuela is not even connected to the Pacific Ocean.
Doesn't matter. It's getting put in the cocaine.
Stick to the Pacific Ocean.
They snorted fentanyl and they snorted cocaine. Okay, so here's the deal. He literally said it was about that. And then what did he say? They were going to help get them going with those resources. The only thing he said about it is he would also like to have them help pay back the damages done here. That's all he said. So, yeah, you know what? You're right. He is honest. He is brash. Sometimes he speaks off the cuff. Sometimes it's not good, right? But the fact is you keep coming with this gold thing, and all I'm going to ask you to do, please bring a receipt. Post the receipt on where the gold's coming from, and make sure it's not like Rachel Maddow, because I watched her show to see this whole Donald Trump doesn't pay taxes thing, and then the show after hers made fun of her because, he did pay taxes. See? So I don't want a Rachel Maddow thing. I want new receipts from an unbiased source.
I trust you to read it, right? But there's a lot of people in the room who's not even going to bother to read it, right? It specifically talks about the 400-ounce bars, which were assayed in the U.S., that Venezuela accumulated in the 60s and 70s, right? And they're going to be sent back to New York, right? And they're going to be kept under U.S. supervision in New York, which basically means it's a resource grab, okay? And then there's another 40 tons of gold, which comes from the mine. Sent to the mints to get mined again, and because the raw gold is between 85 and 98% purity. These are going to get sent to the mints, turned back into 0.999 bars, right? And they're going to be kept wherever they're going to be kept. But the vast majority of the gold will be stored in New York.
Good. We are going to
I'm not making a value judgment, Alan. I'm not saying good or bad.
People out of poverty. Do you think that comes for free?
I'm not saying it's going to be good or bad, Alan. I'm not making a value judgment.
Does that come for free?
Reno.
Yes or no?
Reno, can you post the link in the chat?
Yes or no?
Look, I'm just saying, be honest about it, okay?
Reno.
I don't assume that's going to happen.
Reno,
it's true.
If you're honest about it, post the link in the chat.
So here's what they've done. In cash.
Let me ask you a
$700
question.
million that they seized. But we're just assuming that this gold thing is coming from I don't know what source, but I mean I'd love to have that source.
Wait, hold on a second. Someone please correct me. I'm sorry. Didn't Kamala Harris? She said she wasn't the border czar, but she went down to wasn't it Venezuela? To get to the root of the problem.
No, it was
Guatemala. I thought it was
Honduras. You could be right, Kate.
Okay.
Some of the ones that do not come.
No, I'll look it up, and I'll write it in the chat because I'm doing dishes right now. But she went to the source of the problem, and the Homeland Security was like, can we share intel biometrics so when we catch these people, we'll be able to see if they have any of these major offenses again.
And KK, for anybody that is denying that she was in charge of the border, I can post a link in the video with Biden literally tasking her with that, sitting next to him and saying there's nobody more qualified. The video's out there. It's not AI. I watched the damn press conference live and laughed my ass off. The video link's out there. She was in charge of the border. She failed miserably. I don't know what part of her job she did, but she even failed her campaign miserably. The woman can't do anything. So the fact that she gave them money is right in line with whatever they done. How much did they give Iran? 800 billion, or was it?
Hey Reno, if not that I don't trust you, but can you post the link in the chat just so I can read it?
Yeah, sure thing. I'm pulling it up.
$80-20 scenarios that the Democrats and the liberals don't seem to just understand. And they're trying to it's like, so what? So you want us to just send Maduro back? And be like, oh, my bad. What's wrong with y'all? It's just wild to me. You guys are literally arguing because you don't like the ousting of the dictator. What the fuck? Like the people of Venezuela like this.
Yeah, but no, this doesn't have to be about Democrats or liberals, and nobody's saying to send Maduro back. No, nobody's saying to send Maduro back, right? But stop pretending like this is about democracy or about Maduro being a criminal, right? There's a lot of criminals out and about around the world that America doesn't give a fuck about because those countries are not sitting on trillions of dollars of resources.
There was probably a lot of things. There was sorry. Test where they were literally saying, free Maduro, send him back. The irony, the people who are screaming no king about Trump want a dictator sent back to his country. So yes, the Democrats are doing it. They're pushing that message, either directly or indirectly.
Yeah, I'm just curious, Reno, why do you keep harping on the fact, why do you keep harping and saying, it seemed like it's about democracy? President Trump in the press conference clearly said it's about oil. That was a primary thing. So
but then when I point out that our own president is saying it's about oil and resources, they still continue to deny it, right? And they start waving this flag that, it's about democracy and Maduro being a criminal. Like, shut the fuck up. You sound like a moron, Brad. You sound like a fucking moron when you talk like that. Your own president is saying it's about democracy.
It was about democracy. You fucking added that in.
No, you gave a whole lecture. You gave a whole lecture that this is about democracy.
I mean, he lost the election.
Yeah, it's about democracy. It's about Hamas. Like, give me a fucking break.
You moron. You fucking twat waffle. You don't even fucking know your own rhetoric, and I'm still waiting for the fucking.
You contradict your own president. You contradict your own president. At least the president's a good man. The president's a good man.
Please.
Where's the link, dumbass?
The president's a good.
You said that you had a receipt and you proved that we wouldn't.
At least he's straightforward. Look, at least President Trump is straightforward.
He promised a receipt, KK. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, he did, and I feel like we need to take a vote. If he doesn't share the actual link and receipt, he can't speak until he does.
I'm game with that, but I'm reading it right here. Trump stated that the U.S. military captured Nicolas Maduro was necessary due to Maduro's alleged involvement in drug trafficking and to ensure the safe transition of power in Venezuela. That is what he said. He also about oil.
He also did say one of the statements. It's one of many statements. He's supposed to say that. He has to say that.
Reno, you have to produce the receipt or you can't speak.
I'll get it.
I'm just going to get it, and then you can come back up once you get it.
So I'm going to say this. I didn't say anything about Trump wanting to preserve democracy in the region. All I said was that these guys, like this idiot out there, this libtard that fucking went to the screen mode. Trump said it's a resource grab. It's a resource grab. First, Trump didn't take the resources. We know what that looks like. You fucking all should know what that looks like. Gulf War I. You should probably figure out what resource grabbing actually looks like. But I guess you guys fucking forgot those lessons. Secondly, we didn't place any units up there to take them. And what I stated was that you going on this run, it was only stating that, hey, there are sanctions, They didn't work. There were trade talks. They didn't work. There was fucking opportunities. Multiple attachés went down there to fucking speak with Maduro and his representatives. Nothing worked. Bombing the boats, they didn't fucking work. Nothing worked for this guy, so they went down and grabbed him. And it wasn't about resource grabbing. It was actually about like fucking just removing Maduro. And the oil they elected him out, and he retained power by crucifying, killing, murdering families, or jailing his opponents, and staying in power at the threat of a gun. So the fucking fiasco is really retarded. Trump gets the benefit of the democracy because, quite frankly, Maduro's a piece of shit. But you guys keep telling me how bad Trump is versus fucking Maduro. Because see how that wins out on the fucking midterms of the election. This is why dumbasses like that always fucking post Reddit posts.
Hey, so guys, are we ready to talk about intellectual conversation without you guys cutting me off or what? Like,
you just cut somebody else.
You've been cutting everyone off though. I'm confused. Can we act our age, please? Can we act our age?
You look like you just crawled out of your fucking mother's asshole. Like literally, you look like a sperm cell that was leaking out that fucking anal fissure. Like that's what you look like. So like this idea that somehow you get to come up here and just do all this stuff because you want to be hyperbolic because daddy didn't take you around enough when you were young. I don't fucking know. But get some fucking solutions for that shit. Go see a therapist. Go get counseling. Go get diddled by a priest. I don't fucking care. Pray to whatever sky daddy you have. I don't fucking care. But at the end of the day, this was all about removing Maduro, and hats off to it. And you guys are all upset about it because Trump did it. That's the only issue you have is idiots like you are Trump did it. But like what's brought up about Benghazi, what's brought up about Libya, what's brought up about all these other places in fucking Obama's world, you guys stayed silent and you guys go, oh, it's just whataboutism. When that's literally been the U.S. policy since fucking Monroe. So, like, I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about. We literally have laws and policies and statements that other countries agree to in terms of the United States' sphere of influence, what it's going to decree, and how it's going to work. And guess what? Trump acted on it. It's done.
Yeah, so Reno, back to my point, you understand you can have multiple reasons to accomplish a mission. It doesn't just have to be one. But per se, it's about preventing them from giving it to our enemies, right? Okay, and then the method that they were doing it, if you do some research on the method that they were doing it, it's highly unfavorable to the national security for the United States. Secondly, it is about democracy, because if you listen to do you understand there are thousands and thousands and thousands of Venezuelans in the streets right now protesting, I'm not protesting, but celebrating now that they can have an actual real democracy where their fucking votes count.
So tell me one country where thousands of people. Tell me one country that.
Reno, I'm gonna give you a chance to answer the question. Give me a second.
You're not gonna get
through. So Reno, so again.
Did he provide the receipt?
Hold on 1 second.
Not allowed to talk until the receipt is there.
Scroll.
Let Sig finish, and then we can adjudicate that.
So Reno, you have a shit ton of Venezuelans in their vote and their voice didn't matter, that he stole that fucking election to take that power. So like there can be multiple reasons for it.
Yeah, Biden stole the 2020 election. So what? Like,
no, address what I just said. No, we're not talking about Biden right now.
You should see the article. His source is not conducive, nor does it validate anything that he stated. Outside of nothing plan. That doesn't even correlate. Like, again, I get conspiracy.
Read the article. Read the article. You're just looking at the headline.
Here, you want me to read it out loud to you? Because clearly you didn't read your fucking article.
Okay, so you didn't provide it, but out of courtesy, you can answer his question. And then we'll have to get it right down. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like you can't name a single country in the world where thousands of people don't protest on the street for political activism or whatever kind of bullshit. Right? It happens in Canada. It happens in every country. So like saying that thousands of people are protesting on the street against Maduro. I mean that's bullshit, right? This happens in every country.
What happens in every country?
No, yeah, in mass. I'm not saying.
Thousands of people protest on the street in Israel against Bibi, right? This happens in every country. It's
So what's that have to do with this? Has nothing to do with this.
No, that was like a 6 point that the invasion was justified.
Reno, it happens in every country. You're correct. But the decision whether or not to invade a country resources they have and if they benefit us or not. It's that simple. When you invade a country, when you win, you get their stuff. You get their resources, you get their women, you get their children, you get their men. Because we are not going to devote our resources, our soldiers' lives for nothing.
Exactly, and that's exactly what I want these other faggots on the stage to acknowledge. These other faggots on the stage were denying it.
No, there's obviously more than one reason to do something like this.
Cheesecakes in the
Trump is
How do you know?
very clear.
4,000-year-old
It's not
clay
like
tablet from the city of Ur,
First of all,
a
we went
scribe
there.
that
Americans
kings were
are
sent to the
dying
palace.
from
The scribe also
So we
learned
made
some of
clear
their
we're going over there for
one
the
seal of
drug
butter,
trade.
a third
Now,
seal of white
once
cheese,
we're there,
three seal of
once
first
we
order
conquer
dates,
Germany,
third seal of
once we end
strawberries.
World War
But since
II,
parts of the
what are we
tablet
going to do?
broken,
Are we
I
just
think
going to
it's safe
pull
to
out
assume that first
like
quality
Biden
flour
would
was
with
added
his fucking
to,
his
perhaps great
and
news
no,
of kind
like
of
Hunter Biden,
the cheese in this ingredient must have been a soft cod like cheese made look
we're going to
good.
go
The
there
first quality
and we're
dates are
going
surgeries. It seems that in a place where baking was a widespread thing, until the roots of the city in the 1920s, they found something that made the bakery squares suit all the other
So he posted about the smelting deal that JP Morgan and along with other companies and government back in Korea, South Korea's and whatever mining company is going to put in Tennessee. Now, what the city didn't do is do what normal people would do, go and watch. All right, so they did this, the day of the invasion. Okay, it makes sense. But what they didn't look at is a little bit further in the article, and he posted again a conspiracy website. The deal is part of the CHIPS Act, which was actually started under Biden. It was his administration. And furthermore, a negotiation of this size with the multiple parties that are actually on an international front does not occur within hours. Can you connect the dots yet? But even that author didn't bother to do the research on the companies, and it took me less than 10 seconds to actually find the information. So your evidence that they stole it and this is your proof that this is what they're doing, it's dumb. It was for the chips. It was to help build silicon processors or whatever the fuck else is under the CHIPS Act. That was done a while ago. Like, spare me the retardation. Like, come up with something better.
Also in the article that a lot of people don't know is that the mining rights were taken away from the U.S. companies. They were already in arbitration with the Venezuelan government to get those rights back. So what we're actually doing is the U.S. companies are actually able to get back what they actually owe.
So what does this have to do with the statement that gold in the central?
All right. So when they talk about starting the smelter, another one, I can't think of the top of my head. And the reason why they're doing this, it's not just to process those minerals from Venezuela, but to make sure that China doesn't have only direct access to chips that are predominantly made in Taiwan. So then we can say, okay, if China does attack Taiwan someday, because eventually that they will, then the whole world, including the U.S., will not be a shit out of luck, because we will have our own processing plant within the United States. That's exactly what Donald Trump ran on. He said, I want to bring manufacturing back in. It's a national security issue. He figured that out during COVID. Why is China making pills that we're telling serums that we're telling every American to put in? How do we not know that's a mass destruction? Right? So that's the reason why, like, they're going back to get what they're rightfully owned. It's not just
if you're gonna post receipts and give it factoids, don't post fucking opinion pieces from fucking some third-rate CNN fucking market analyst who's wrong probably 90% of the time. I didn't even look that one up. But like all these guys are posting just really don't have legs and they can't even stand. You're like, give something better. Do better. Like, if you're gonna come at me, but don't fucking post some fucking Reddit thread or some fucking weird, wonky back-page fucking internet fucking claim from some fucking shitty analyst who basically got paid to.
For people to come at you.
Apparently, I'm relevant enough to own your ass, and you are my bitch. Now you fucking say and tell me what evidence you have. What evidence? I want your evidence. I want your source that you claim, because again, you've been debunked twice now. So now give me your evidence.
So Reno, you failed to.
You. We're stealing gold from Venezuela. Oh my God, this is terrible. We have to send Maduro back. We have to apologize for invading and doing that to them. Now do you feel better that we're appropriately outraged that we might be stealing gold from them? Do you feel better now? Now, you've convinced me. Entire state. Let's all join in and say how outraged we are that we might be stealing gold from Venezuela. And let's take it all back. Let's apologize not only to Venezuela, but every other country in the world for being so audacious as to be doing that.
They don't know how to do the manufacturing, or it's so outdated that the Venezuelan has been hard. They have all. So the smelter plant that they're talking about is not even going to be open until like 2029, right? That it actually, it takes a lot of time, but at least it's good to understand where it's going to be shared out. And there's a lot of legal aspect of it because, for example, Portugal already froze Venezuela's assets. We can't hear you, sir.
Yeah, Andre, you're muffled. But real quick, Trey, I appreciate your valiant attempt. But again, you posted an article from a guy who is now a former Clinton. You ain't quite.
just me or Brad?
Brad, we can't hear you.
Andre, you're my kid.
Oh my God.
Yeah, something's.
Brad wasn't. He got muffled, and then Andre's T-Rex arms got
Sorry. Yeah, but to what Brad was saying with Tennessee, there's a huge project because Elon Musk, I think, is building several facilities in Tennessee to the AI facilities. And I think this is part of the infrastructure to support them, including like all the chips factories that are getting. I think they're building one in Clarksville as well. So this is totally plausible. I think it's actually a part of sort of nods to that. This is part of the larger project. So to claim this is just specifically to melt Venezuelan coal, just like SMI.
No, what they ought to do is just go to ChatGPT and start posting like opinion pieces from there, because at this point, like even and it was again an opinion piece. Like, guys, come do better. Give back the ways. Like you're just losing. Like melting is not proof that Trump is doing the goal. It really nothing you have done on this stage so far has provided evidence that Trump acted in any nefarious way to destabilize, to disrupt, to do anything. And in fact, in the articles you posted, Trump literally says we're going to help the oil rights and they're going to be able to have a better way of life going down. He gives all this in his statement, but you guys just don't, like, they bypass that to go for some weird conspiracy theory saying he seized resources. And again, no military assets went to any of the resource centers, any of the sites. They didn't take over pipelines. They didn't take over mining. All they did was remove Maduro. And Maduro himself
by shooting blowing the little narco boats out. They had to clear that out, knowing that it could be a liability for the military to go in to take over the oil barge.
But again, that was part of the embargoes. That was part of the original embargo and some of the sanctions. So that was even prior to this planning.
But I mean, Brett, to be fair, like the United States is absolutely in its right to take care of its needs and to be. And this move, I think it has like lots of fun implications. Like first of all, the Canadian talks are about to happen, and it's the same type of oil that Venezuela is producing. It puts us in a very advantageous position in those talks because now it's not that we need Canada needs us. Because Venezuela is closer, it's easier to transport this oil, it's higher quality, and prevents China doing roadways to sidestep a petroleum dollar and try to impose its own currency as a bargaining chip and propping the BRICS project. So I see only positives coming out of this.
Hey, Andre, I think also people don't, if you look at, when you brought up the oil, so you mentioned the U.S. companies along the Caribbean. Thank you, that they're equipped to process that heavier oil. Even though Venezuela has 30% of the world's oil, the largest, or 30% bigger than Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia's oil is lighter, so it's easier to process and faster. So that's why they made there so much money, and then Venezuela got behind because, one, they kicked out the U.S. refinery companies that were actually upkeep. Pump out as many tanks of, not, what do they call it? Tanks of oils per se. So for example, I think I saw today they pump out like 938 million, and then the U.S. in 1 day, or excuse me, in 1 year was like 3.3 million, something like that. Even though Venezuela is so big, I'll get that data for you.
I mean, the thing about Venezuelan oil is that it's fairly, from what I understand, it's fairly close to the ground, so it's much easier. I mean, Saudi oil is the easiest to extract because it's like it doesn't have any, rocky soil that they need to deal with. It's just like in the middle of the desert and just like pump it out. But every other oil station, I mean, they have to deal with lots of to get out of the ground. It's close geographically. It's easier to transport than Canadian oil. And I mean, you're right. I think the process of refining it. I mean, I'm not just to be like full disclaimer. I'm nowhere close to like chemical engineering or anything, but I just know a lot of people in the industry because I lived in Houston for a while. And this is just, I'm regurgitating what I've heard from them and their information. But even though it's much harder to process, I think it has a lot of different types of products that can be derived from it, like jet fuel, diesel, just regular gasoline and all that stuff. So it's a good thing. I mean, I don't see in terms of like economics and strategic location. I think it's a good thing. There's no other.
Yeah, I'm not an oil baron, but I play one on TV. I did read, though, that before Maduro took power, and I know this figure isn't accurate because I don't remember, but Venezuela was outputting something, I want to say, 1 million barrels, 3 million, I forget, 31 million. It was a high number per day. Maybe it was 3 million per day. Up until the end, they were doing like 240,000, maybe. And the reason why is when Maduro took power, he got rid of all the engineers. And the ones he didn't get rid of, they fled the company.
It was a much longer process. I think United States companies built the infrastructure and all the technology was coming from the U.S. up to 1975 or 76. I think it was operated. Upper management and engineering was provided by the states, but then they made the transition, was nationalized, and so the companies, they still had a stakeholder in it, and they were It was basically a symbiotic relationship where the technologies and training was still provided by the Exxon and Halliburton, Hughes, and other companies, but it was operated and the local engineers were trained. But then when it wasn't Maduro, it was Chavez. When Chavez took power, he started nationalizing, kicking out all the companies, and they still operating on the same old equipment, and there's
they did 1 million barrels. They did one. I just looked at it. I put it in the chat. They did 1 million barrels in 2024, and the U.S. produced 20 million barrels daily, compared to 1 million barrels, and that's 2024. So then I will look up.
The reason why Chavez was able to, to win the elections and then to a power after that is because there was a corruption in the government. There were problems, but I think in retrospect, from what once again, it's anecdotal, obviously, but I think in Venezuela people are realizing that it's nowhere close to the type of corruption and type of criminal involvement that the socialist government had engaged in for the past several decades.
Okay, so I looked up before Chavez took power in 1999, Venezuela produced 3.5 million barrels of oil per day, making it the top global producer, while the U.S. produced significantly less. So from stats from 2024 that I wrote, and then 3.5 before. I'm going to look up the GDP rate of 1999 of Venezuela.
I think the most coherent pushback against what has happened with Maduro in Venezuela is, in the realm of international law and what type of signal it's to, the adversaries of the United States like China and Russia, and gives them precedent to act in a similar way in their region. But I actually disagree with enough analysis, because I think what the United States did is effective. And left. And I think it's kind of shock and awe tactic. I think it will work in the other direction. I think it will prevent Russia and China being too, quote unquote, rush in taking control of their areas. No, Malik, neither Russia nor China has technological or manpower or training to do what the United States did. I mean, China has numbers, but they're nowhere close in terms of sophistication and training that the United States has. And Russia, I mean, it's a paper bear, which was proven already.
Andre, there was a lot of talk, and this is coming from military sources, though. They got a lot more than what people seem to think. And one of the military generals said, I think it was 2 years ago, that by 2025 they might be more powerful than we are. The one thing that people don't understand is not only did they have the technology they had access to ours because they had somebody that was giving it to them. So we really don't know exactly what they've got. The fight won't come to us, it'll go to them, and that's be devastating to our military. So China's definitely a threat, and we know Russia would be on their side. So I don't know. I mean, I look at China, I don't care what their military men and women might be in a comparison, but when they've got the number of planes that they've got, it would be devastating to us.
I mean, that perhaps is true for you, but the issue is that they're not battle hardened. I mean, they haven't done any kind of expert. Government invests money into it and gets, its middle and upper middle class to come up with like all the great ideas because of the, all the social mobility that is imprinted in the society. They're able to develop it in private sector. China doesn't have the same type of self-feeding loop. And the very class that's supposed to provide them with brain power is either drained or depressed to such an extent because they're not given a certain political engagement and something that, the very class that provides them with those inventions that it desires. So it's a kind of a stale system. It was the same problem with Soviet Union.
Andre, to your point though, but they already achieved this once before. Venezuela, like in the 20s, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, 80s, and into the not the 80s, but I mean they had this at one point. I mean they were really wealthy. They can achieve this again. Don't you believe it?
No, absolutely. And like another interesting thing is Venezuela used to be like, if not the leading one, is one of the leading agricultural producers in the area. It's an extremely rich country in every respect. So within I think half a decade, one day. Side, and I mean it got pretty bad. I mean the people. I think when we read about stuff like garbage dump diving and all that stuff, we don't realize the extent and the type of depression of the of everyday activities that this. I mean it's horrendous. Like I have some more closer connections, family connections, so I would get day-to-day anecdotes. It was awful.
Well, it is, and it's sad, but at the same time, I'm sitting here, like, I don't get the pushback. Like, I really don't. It is literally just because Trump did this. But, it's been highlighted so many times with so many people. All these other actions. And I just I don't get this. Like, if you had condemnation about how this went on, I mean, I would have argued, and I was caught off guard with it. Andre, you know this. I'm very rarely caught off guard, and this one caught me off guard. I didn't think Trump had the balls to do this. I honestly didn't think any president was going to ever do something along this line. And I was a prime case in point where caught off guard going, wait, we did what? And I couldn't believe it. I had to go through and start rereading everything, trying to look at like mission reports, people's comments, statements, listening to every freaking person from Venezuela all around the world, listening to Mexico's condemnation, all of these things, and I'm still blown away. I honestly didn't think in the modern day the U.S. would have had the gravitas to actually pull something like this off, to go ahead and say, hey, not in our sphere. China, you're not having the inroads you think you're going to have. And, oh, by the way, you're still on our economic hip. And no, you're not going to be able to do this. And no, Maduro, you're not going to blatantly say, here you go. You're weak, you're feckless, you're a coward. And then in comes Big Daddy Trump and he snatches you. And you're now in New York looking like, a really old version of Vanilla Ice. It makes no sense to me.
Well, I
not Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, let's not show our age. People probably don't know. But I think one of the more potent critique of this action is people bringing international law. And I was talking to a friend, and he brought a very good point that I didn't consider, and it will not sound very nice or kind, but United States, the international law exists at the pleasure of the United States. because it is, took the role of enforcing it. So in a sense, that critique does hold some water because the United States being a bit hypocritical and it chooses whenever it's going to follow that law and whenever it's not. But at the same time, given the other options, given Russia and China and their paradigms, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer which system is better and which country should be allowed to be in charge and do those things and step outside of the boundaries.
I agree. I don't honestly see that, like, reinstalling the Soviet Union is a prime case in point. You're not going to, like, those countries in the Soviet bloc are far better under what they have today than they were under Soviet rule. Like the same thing can be said with some of China. Like China's influences. Like this is why Vietnam really hates China. This is why some of those countries really hate China. They don't want anything to do with it. So, I mean, again, this whole like, oh my God, Trump's a villain. I'm still confused. You got a guy who oppressed his people, killed them, murdered them, but somehow or another, Trump is still the worst victim. Like, I just do not understand this in America. Like, are you that comfortable? Do you not know what goes on in the real world? Do you exist only in Reddit? Like, people get killed in massive ways. You're not talking about the Congo right now. That's a fucking horrific conflict going on right there. But for some reason, this far exceeds anything else out there in the world. And Trump is the biggest evil, most maniacal person there is. And for him to do this just proves to everybody's point that, I'm literally thinking the man is, I have to agree. Every time someone says he's stupid, he pulls something out and he wins. He comes back stronger. And I said this to Muse today. I said to others, Trump may be one of the most gifted and greatest politicians in the history of the United States. He may have been, like, I mean, you could take your grades up there. Maybe you could put him with, he's not far. Like, I mean, the shit he's overcame, the ability to do things, and then just Congress should be feckless. All their rants and ravings, all these people protesting no kings, they're willing to sacrifice on their own morality to say, you know what, free Maduro, Trump is the evil one, we need to lock him up. Like, I'm at a loss for words. The guy murdered people in his own nation that dared to speak against him. Like, cold out murdered them, their families, their children. Everybody listens to the left in this country after this, like in the midterms. There's no way you can win on this. And Trump, like, is a genius for putting it in New York because he's going to win on a political front because these idiots are going to fall for that trap right away. They're going to sit there and do it. I promise you, Andre. It's gonna backfire.
No, listen. I mean, I don't. I agree with you. I don't dispute it. And I think that's actually a very interesting move that he chose New York as a place where he's going to try maneuver. And I think he's betting on. He's baiting and betting on Mondani just doing it on the forced error of some sort and kind of showcasing his not incompetence, but like his political affiliation or preferences. And I think it's done. To unfinished business, like the Middle East involvement, became that they will finish the job, that they will not leave, because the three of the bigger kingpins, like criminal kingpins, are still at large in Venezuela, including the head of the assembly, parliamentary assembly. It's like the lady who is still in charge, and her brother, who have direct ties to the criminal organizations and drug trafficking, all that stuff. And Dado is another one who is one of the party bosses who is also, he's flat out criminal. But he's just also affiliated with the Socialist Party, Chavistas in Venezuela. So I just hope they finish the job. But it looks like they will, because Rubio, that was not his agenda forever. And I think Venezuela is sort of a prelude to Cuba.
So you're fully convinced and sure that Nicolas Maduro is a drug trafficker. You've seen enough evidence to be convinced.
Yeah.
Well, Obama did and Biden did as well.
Well, it seems like regardless if it's a Democrat or Republican in office, it seems like the American agenda is pretty much the same from both sides in terms of like U.S. imperialism. So that's kind of expected for Obama.
How is that imperialism?
Great.
If someone's a drug trafficker, can you connect the dots on imperialism to that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
what evidence have you seen is
no, I mean, evidence-wise, it's going to be presented in a courtroom, but there's enough to indict. Do you understand how indictments work in the U.S.?
Sure.
No, Jamir, is that your name? How does an indictment work in the United States?
Let me speak. I'm saying the people that
are speaking. So what if it's
so what? Anyway, Jamir, I asked a question. Indictment in the U.S.
Explain.
How does that work?
Explain it to me.
No, I asked you because you said there wasn't.
I'm not interested in. Just what I'm saying.
No. Jamir, break it down. He's indicted. How do you get an indictment? Okay, stop for a second. No, Jamir, how do you get an indictment in the United States in federal?
You obviously would like to explain it, so go ahead and explain. Go ahead.
No, I'm happy to explain it, but I asked if you know. Do you know how you get an indictment? Have you ever been indicted?
It's so foolish what you guys do. If you have a point that
you want to make. It was foolish. Okay. No, I'm being Socratic with you. I'm actually being Socratic with you.
You made a point that didn't have any base, so that's why she asked if you actually knew how an indictment works.
You said I made a point. What was the point that I made?
You said it's imperialism, and I said, and you said what evidence? So I asked, and you said you haven't seen evidence. So I asked you. I said he was indicted in federal court. So I asked you if you. Do you know? Do you know what?
Conversation if you're going to handle it like that. I can't talk if you're talking at the same. You know what I'm saying?
So I asked a question. Answer yes or no. Do you know what you need in federal court in the United States in order to get an indictment?
No, you go ahead and explain it to me. If that's what you want to do.
You need to have probable cause.
No, he doesn't know.
Just explain what you're saying.
She just did. You need to have probable cause.
Okay, well let me say what I'm saying. The only point that I'm making is the people that are on stage that are speaking, they're speaking as though they're sure that Maduro is a drug trafficker. And I'm saying, if you're sure that he's a drug trafficker, what evidence are you saying that's convincing you to be sure that he's a drug trafficker? Because I've seen
So I just answered you. There was enough evidence to get an indictment on a federal level.
What evidence are you saying to be convinced for you?
Is this guy dumb or like?
You guys don't.
He's asking.
Katie, I'm not saying anything. Katie,
so
you guys are sure he's a drug dealer.
Jamir,
why are you saying
I'm gonna post something. I'm gonna post something for you. Okay, so that's what I'm going by. It's an indictment. It references to his connection with FARC, with Honduras, with a place that were captured, I think in Honduras. and it names people who are in the regime and in FARC organization who've been corroborated as being part of this operation. So you can look at it for yourself.
Yeah, it's just crazy that y'all go along with this, even though it's been happening so long. It's
go along
so
with
long
what?
to happen. To go along with these narratives about these men that aren't true.
I'm sorry, are you defending?
Were you there for the grand jury indictment? Were you there to hear the evidence that was submitted? That you said it was your evidence? But you made a statement that it's not true. Then a reasonable person would believe, under our standard in our legal system, that there was enough evidence to indict him for the crime.
There have been many lies perpetrated about Venezuela.
Well, but
they'll say that their election, that he wasn't democratically elected, that he's not a legitimate leader of the country.
But that's not what he's indicted on in the United States.
Well, have that conversation with someone. I'm not trying to talk to you about that. I'm saying that is a fact. That is a fact. Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter said, out of 140 countries that he visited, Venezuela has.
Jameer, why are you upset about Maduro being captured?
I'm upset about Maduro being captured.
Jameer, if it turns out that there was no evidence and he was falsely accused, and we kidnapped him, this would be the biggest scandal that I can think of in a long ass time.
That's what's going on. It's the biggest scandal that you've seen in a long time.
Wait, Jimmy Carter
asked me why am I mad?
Maduro.
He said why.
I'm confused.
He was taken into custody, Jameer. He's got Barry Pollock as a lawyer. He's got an excellent attorney. He's going to go through. He was extradited to the United States.
Obviously kidnapped from his home. He was obviously kidnapped from his home.
He was arrested. He was arrested. Have you ever been arrested, or have you been kidnapped?
This is what I'm saying. You cannot.
He was arrested.
Fuck around and find out.
If there's an indictment out for someone, there's an arrest warrant. He was arrested.
Wait.
I mean, it's entertainment for y'all, but that's setting a dangerous precedent in the world.
It's dangerous to arrest someone that has an arrest warrant out for them.
Elected president.
Is that what you just said? It's dangerous to arrest someone that has an arrest warrant.
All right, order. Necro has a question for Abby.
Wait, before Necro asked me anything, Jameer just said it's dangerous to arrest someone when there's an arrest warrant out for them. Jameer, how do you have a rule of law in a country if you can't arrest someone that's been indicted on federal charges?
You can accuse anybody of anything and not have
correct. And if there's an arrest warrant, then you arrest them. Isn't that a fact?
Americans don't need evidence. You're just going to believe what you're.
What do you mean Americans don't need evidence?
There's no evidence that he's a.
Have you ever experienced a grand jury? Have you ever sat on a grand jury?
Abby, I'm still lost on the fact that he brought up Jimmy Carter, saying Jimmy Carter traveled to Venezuela, said it was great. You're right. In his time frame, it was great. It turned to shit later on. Maduro happened later, so Jimmy Carter and Maduro have no connection. And he did lose the election 3 times. Then give me your source. Post your source.
Give me your source. You said he lost the election 3 times.
Holy shit.
Give me your source, Mikey.
Took office in 1999.
So the reason why Maria Karina just received the Nobel Prize is because she conducted the overseeing of the latest election and was able to smuggle out official documents that prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Maduro not only lost the election, but he tried to meddle into the election results. So this has happened 3 times now. He lost all 3 elections in the same way. There's documented instances of
Andre, do the people of Venezuela recognize him as the legitimate?
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
Some do, but
so the people of Venezuela are in favor of an American invasion of their country?
Yes.
Yes.
That's true. Yes.
The argument you're making is that all people love Trump and all people hate Trump at the same time.
Wait for a second. Here's another thing. So, Jameer, what you're doing what about, I'm predicting and you're about to do is start moving the goalposts. What's called moving the goalposts. Now, I dropped in the chat the document from United States government that outlines the reasons for indictment of Maduro. It names the names.
And I put cliff notes in the chat so people can read it, Andre.
Yeah, and so you can just go and take a look for yourself, and that's what we miss.
Jameer, do you want to live under Maduro? It sounds like you do, bro.
Yeah, that's the you asked me why I was mad about it.
And Jameer, when you said the
yeah, because it sounded like that's your homie.
70% support.
If you can just kidnap a president, that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with.
Yeah, first of all, he's not the president. He's not the legitimate president of Venezuela.
What I'm saying is the United States can accuse someone of something, and then what you guys are calling arrest them. So they can accuse someone of something, whether or not it's true or not, whether or not it's being confirmed or not.
What's your issue? I'm not understanding.
What's your legitimate leader of a country saying, Jameer, that's not.
So you want the do you want the diplomatic answer or just the blunt answer? Which one? Because the reality is,
I didn't ask the question.
Look, Jameer, the reality, I think, and everybody's learning this. At the end of the day, you can talk about laws, rights, blah, 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 X, Y, and Z. Get the fuck out of here. At the end of the day, it's who has power. Period.
I agree, but what I'm saying is,
look,
that's not.
Jameer, I'm not done. I'm not done speaking.
That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate it. I'm not done speaking though. At the end of the day, if you're gonna live in the Western Hemisphere, under America, you are under the jurisdiction of America. Essentially, all of Latin America, they're all territories of the United States of America.
Deal with it.
Look at it like that. And nobody's apologizing for it. If you want to live in this hemisphere, if you want to run one of these countries,
America is not under
international law. With America, period.
America is not under international law.
If you're going to come and face justice, period.
We are not under international law.
The U.S. is not under international.
Negro, are you there?
America should be able to operate like that.
Negro, are you there?
Beaver, let me hop in there after Necro.
Okay.
America should be able to operate.
Go ahead, Negro.
Hold on.
Is that what you guys are?
Still talking.
Can I just say something, Necro? I know I want to talk to him, but we're being streamed. So for anyone who doesn't know it, Kitover is streaming us.
Is it an international stream?
Jeez.
Of course.
Necro, go ahead.
We're broadcasting people all over the world. Go ahead, Necro. Bring it to the people.
Yeah, exactly. Ultimately, I would say that I think the one that really is just that Nicolas Maduro is somebody that most people don't care about. Doesn't matter what it is, including myself. I do think, though, is the legitimacy in terms of law is the fact of that if you indict somebody from the Justice Department who is an elected government official, is whether that would be justified under international law. And so if China did the same thing where they had issued a warrant through their justice system for Donald Trump, would that justify China going and kidnapping Donald Trump, arresting Donald Trump on that basis alone?
Fuck around and find out.
Exactly.
So again, we don't exist. The United States never agrees to international law. We won't. We will never agree to it. We, in fact, carved out that part and made sure our laws do not otherwise, guess what? Putin wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. You wouldn't have had. So again, I'll just finish my point and you can respond after. The international courts have no power. They have no backing. They have no military. They have no enforcement mechanisms outside of what the U.S. decrees. So the only international body or international law is what the U.S. determines. Its maritime power is dictatorial over the globe. It decides who can, where, what, when, particularly in its sphere of influence, this hemisphere. It will not acquiesce to any international body out of Europe or Russia or China or Africa or whatever else you want to throw out there. It doesn't matter. What all these other nations do is sit there and go, you know what, we didn't really like it. Can we have our handout? And that's exactly what they're going to do. That's exactly what Mexico did. That's exactly what China did. And again, everyone keeps bringing up this international law. Please tell me. English was fine.
Yeah, what I was saying, Viking, is that they're regurgitating what they've been hearing on CNN for the past couple days. They don't understand, and you're exactly right. Again, it'd be the equivalent of you as a child living in your parents' home. Okay, your parents make the fucking rules. Why? Because they pay all the fucking bills and they run that motherfucker. Then you as a child, you know, trying to hold your parent accountable for breaking a rule that they told you, or breaking some type of guidance that they gave you. That's for you, motherfucker. You can't tell your parents what they can and can't do in the home that they fucking run. It's the same shit. So you can definitely tell the motherfuckers who sat here and watched CNN for the last couple of days, watched it for 5 minutes and took that shit and ran with it.
So here's a breakdown. It says the U.S. sometimes signs but does not ratify treaties. The Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. This means the U.S. does not recognize ICC jurisdiction over its citizens. U.S. courts generally require domestic legislation. Charter prohibits acts of aggression. The U.S. generally follows these rules, but can argue self-defense under Article 51. When you make a a terrorist or an organization a terrorist threat to America, which is what he did, because they're killing more people than terrorists are killing, 100,000 plus a year, they're officially a terror group. So that's what he did. It's self-defense. He's protecting his people. If somebody's drugs are coming in and killing 100,000 people, that's worse than war. I don't know how many have died in Ukraine, but I bet you, we're probably getting close to that in the last 2 years.
Look, Cuba's going down next.
In the indictment, you can read, I put in just some cliff notes in it, in the chat, but it also includes Maduro ordering his Venezuelan army to go after and hurt and harm and kill the Venezuelan citizens for control. So that's part of it as well.
Fucking monkey-eared Obama did this shit, they would be out there in the street.
Here's the crazy thing. Obama did do it. He droned and killed people, including an American citizen, but no one's screaming about their due process rights. Nobody's up in arms about it.
I did.
Yes, he did.
But
what the hell?
So if you threaten to stop, just happened with this guy. I mean, we've had American companies down there, Verizon, oil companies. He sided with China, Russia on our hemisphere, like Viking was talking about. Those are kind of like unwritten rules. Like if you come over here to our neighbor,
I have a quick question.
People don't. Americans were dying each year from overdose, from drugs. In these certain type of Latin countries, they work with China.
War, and you can add in the Palestinian war combined. So you have two wars that literally have had less people die that are dying in the U.S. every year, and these crazy fools are defending the man that is part of that.
So I got a question. How does everybody feel about American empire now? The Monroe Doctrine and the Roosevelt Corollary are inherently imperial. To the fuck out of our... How do we feel about the fact that...
You already know how we feel about it. How majority of us, those of us that live in this country, actually are pretty comfortable with it because they ignored it under other administrations and were just fine with it. The only time it really became an issue is when Trump did it, and apparently their No Kings protest is backfiring on them now, and they're just caught in their feelings and they don't know where to go. Empire there ever was. You have more peace than at any other point. You have better quality of life. You have better everything, and you're still complaining. You're still whining, and you know what? I'm going to side with the guy who killed children, women, buried them, and jailed people just for having a different voice. Where you get to speak out against your president in Venezuela, you'd have been shot. But hats off to Maduro. Like, you guys go out there and cheer for that fucker.
Well, you know what I'd say to that?
Hold on.
Real quick. Hold on.
No.
Are you new to the stage? Oh, new to the stage? Go ahead.
Hold on.
Hey, chill out, bro. I'm telling you to go.
Yo, bro, shit. Yo, my brother, just hold on. So Viking,
the fuck?
It sounds like you're politically adept, right? So, do you remember what happened with Libya?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So, can you just give us a quick synopsis of what happened with Libya?
It's not Libya.
No, yo, what the fuck? Yo, bro, hold on. So listen, I was speaking to Viking. So
comparing low IQ backwards cultures to Venezuela makes no sense.
No, Beaver. So my point is,
because remember, Lord, there's also South Korea and Japan, right?
That's 100%.
And there's also Germany, right?
Hold on.
So you see the difference between
Libya,
Libya,
I was speaking to
South
Vikings
Korea, and Germany?
Hold on. Viking Brad was presenting a point, right, relating to, how it was somewhat justified, and the people that are celebrating, whatever just happened with Maduro as being valid. I'm neutral, right? But, looking at it geopolitically, right, it's very sad.
Very successful protocol in this area when it comes to places like South Korea, Japan, Germany, and Panama. So there are examples where our investing as incursions into certain countries have borne fruit. The problem is when you have mixed signals in terms of who is controlling, and Brad already pointed this out, who is actually in office, and why are they going into some sect of the world? Is it for American interest, or is it some other interest?
Wait. So I'm going to sit here and pretend like Obama didn't do something similar while Maduro was in office?
Did you listen to anything I just said?
My apologies.
No, Lord, you're bringing up Obama. Respectfully, Obama's a retard, and we all know that now. Obama and his administration were doing a bunch of dumb things around the world that were not in the best interest of versus Republican thing, but let's also be honest that the Democrat Party has been flirting with communism for a very long time.
Not to mention what he did. Not to mention what he did with Iran and signing the Iran deal, and also sending boatloads or plane loads of cash over to the mullahs, and just enabled them to get to the point that they got to with nuclear proliferation.
So at the end of the day, hold on, because I like what Viking Brad was saying. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? Like there were valid points, right? But where my point of contention, and this is for Viking Brad, right? How are we going to argue, about justifying
what they're doing in Venezuela. And the reason I brought Libya up, right, is because, that's the argument is, oh yeah, it was for the oil. And Libya has gold too. You know what I'm saying? Same thing as Venezuela.
To find out.
Oh my God, bro! Come on, bro.
I'll answer your question, Marge. So a couple of things. Knowing.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so like in terms of Libya, if you actually go back to it, the majority of the people in this country didn't give one damn about Libya. We really didn't care. And in most administrations, it's plus or minus 5 degrees on the spectrum. Wait, hold on. We don't know. What they cared about was the fact that we lost an ambassador, we lost assets, and we had military assets get killed, and we didn't provide support when they called for it. That was what really drove the ire into the Benghazi thing. That was.
I read the WikiLeaks on relating to for that situation. If you read the WikiLeaks on that while Hillary Clinton was the Secretary of State and the whole debacle, like I read them.
We're really pissed off about is the fact that we lost military men that like defended people, other Americans, and they put their lives on the line. And when the opportunity was there to send support, we didn't send support. We had to go through and negotiate.
So with Venezuela, it's preemptive. Okay.
Well, no, it's a different scenario. We aren't looking at it. Because we didn't give a shit about Gaddafi. Like Reagan neutered Gaddafi way before that, and Gaddafi was still acting like
Neutered was.
I mean, Reagan did it. He cut his balls off and said, "Hey, here you go." I mean, and that's why Gaddafi changed his approach and was really quiet for a long time, and then all of a sudden he started acting up again, and Obama came in and said, "I'm going to tax that butt." So, I mean, he was going. Weird ideological faiths. So I mean, yeah, Lord, I like
it was the United States that did it.
Yeah, so, but like we own that shit. Yeah, and again, like King said, we're the dominant player. Now we don't do well in the Middle East, but in Latin America, we own that with a tie.
I think
all that oil and Lord, all that oil is ours, nigga. What you gonna do about it? Huh?
Who's gonna come and pick you up and kidnap you?
I don't think it's just about the oil. So wait. When it comes to the oil thing, right? Are we aware that oil is a hydrocarbon and it replenishes? So
we understand that. We learned that
to an oil rig,
back in
dry it out.
You just entered in this room. We've been talking about this.
KK, will you finish? Because I'm gonna.
No, go ahead, King.
Okay, because listen, Lord, we understand it's not just about the oil, but these like retards who are making arguments that worked 25 years ago on Reddit. The reality is, in the Western Hemisphere, Venezuela represented all of our enemy, all of our ops, the big ones: China, Iran, Russia. Venezuela represented their opportunity to come in and backdoor us, right? So Trump going in and wiping away, right, their ability to actually use that country in this hemisphere, like literally, there's nothing better a true red-blooded American wouldn't have wanted but that. Literally, if you are a red-blooded American, what Trump did 3 days ago. Wanted, period.
So the problem is we have too many people LARPing as Americans when they're really just commies. Huey, so I know you're South African because you sound just like him.
Not necessarily. I'm from East Africa.
You say so. Go ahead.
Southern Africa. I'm letting you know, bro. And we were both colonized by the British.
Fair enough.
So so I speak English the way I speak English because I'm from Africa. I'm from Africa, and we were colonized by the British in the same way.
Marshall, mute up. You're off mute.
But yeah. So I was just.
Industry is essentially monetary policy, crypto, all of that good stuff. So I would actually be the one to argue that BRICS was a bigger. However you want to mention it, but essentially being able to do that, that was the bigger thing that was cut off by getting rid of Maduro. So that is really what this is about. It's just oil as a resource could back that currency or whatever it is that they were going to try to do over the next 5 to 10 years. Obviously, oil being part of that equation. Trump just removed that from being able to ever, take off.
So hold on. Oil is one of the resources.
Yeah, because you have to back the currency
required in modern civilization.
Yeah, you have to back it.
So yeah, that's the petrodollar. That's the petrodollar.
Yeah, it's a petro for sure.
Okay, I have a question. I have a question for Viking. I learned that oil was a non-renewable resource. So I don't know what that guy was saying, but you know what he was talking about? Hydrocarbon.
It's a hydrocarbon. It can be replaced. It just takes a long fucking time to
And if it dried out, it wouldn't take hundreds of thousands of years. It would take like 1 or 2 centuries for it to be replaced. Depending on how many millions are operating.
Look, the reality is we just got $17 trillion worth of oil, bro, and all that shit is ours. That's the reality. So
it's North America. It's the Western Hemisphere. Right? North, South, and Central America is pretty much all.
Yeah, those are all the United Territories of America. You can just basically look at Latin America as the United Territories of America from this day forward.
The point he's making
is the continental. They were united. Venezuela, we wouldn't have to go kidnap that motherfucker.
Did you hear what I said? United Territories of America.
Puerto Rico is a territory.
Okay, you're not listening.
You're not. Laura, what are you trying to say here? Who has the most fucking power calls the fucking shots. That's why all these dumbasses talk about international law. Okay, what if there was an international law? Who the fuck is going to enforce it on the United States? No fucking body, because everybody
say that, bro.
Concur.
Every kingdom falls.
Big Daddy has spoken.
Hey, apologize for shit, Lord. It's America. Actually, it's America only. Now what?
Why you say that, bro?
I like to tell people, I think anybody that thinks America is weak has not even read the Constitution, to the extent that there are private companies that are helping the military with the development with their weapons, logistics.
All right, let's let someone else speak. Newcomer, Sick or Blake?
Blake came out. Blake said if you want. What's going on, man? What's up, Blake?
Hi, Blake.
Man. Yeah, man, and if it's okay with Mac motherfucking Cool, you know, DJ Blake would like to, you know what I'm saying, give y'all a message for the day.
He said Matt motherfucking Cool.
Mac motherfucking Cool.
DJ Maduro. DJ Maduro.
Yeah, America, baby.
Let's go. America. Fuck yeah.
So good to be American, bro.
Yeah, I want to take a couple shots of whiskey and back shots with my woman with that trip.
It's a great show. We love our Blake Americans.
Lord or Sick, I forget who was talking about Lord or Sick. If you think about it, that was in the middle of their largest military base. So Sick, think about that. Think about one of our largest military base.
Yeah, it was pretty much a fort.
And you're going to do an insert on that, and they were in it, like all the assets from air superiority, bombing the military posts that were on the coast, timing of every cover, Overwatch with the B-52s, Space Force, turning off the satellites so the fucking Chinese missile defense shit couldn't work, turned off the half of electricity of Caracas so that way they can cover Chi nukes come in, 4 of them in the middle of the night, like.
Not the insert.
Yeah, the only way you're doing that is
absolutely,
America.
like.
It was incredible.
America allows.
Who's going to check us, boo? Who's going to check us?
Who's going to check us?
No one's going to do that. No one. Think about that. Like all of that within 3 hours. No one's going to check.
We're the top dog.
KK.
We lost no assets. Zero.
Yeah, here's another thought though to think about. We did that. The military, who was looking at him with a side eye all the time, like not really in on this guy. Maybe they were like, "Get in here, get it done." You know, they came in with freaking
choppers. It put every country on point. It put every fucking country on point. Think about the Chinese missile defenses didn't work. It didn't work. It doesn't matter. It's us asserting our power where we want to. We just did our big flex. No one's going to question that now.
No, for sure. Hold on. I understand that. But remember,
girl has no cock. Okay, that's the.
How did we do that so efficiently? Military people in this room. How did we do that so fast?
So, KK tied it in a little bit, but there was multiple assets that came to bearing. This was no easy feat. Like, I mean, you're going into the heart of the country, a fortified area. Quote, he had 4.5 million militiamen that he said he was ready to send. He was heavily protected. They tracked his movements. They knew where he was, down to whether he was in the bathroom or the bedroom. They knew exactly exactly where every asset was. So we had assets on the ground. We had eyes in the sky. We timed it, like even down to the weather. Like the little smallest thing, a headwind would have thrown this off. And they planned this perfectly down to this operation that makes every freaking Call of Duty player on here probably die, like waiting for the next release of some fucking video game so they can get their bigger erection. I wish I would have been part of this, because the number of assets involved in this had to be astronomical. And hats off to Delta Force. I give the Army a lot of shit. The one part I won't say is Delta Force, man. You know, you've had some debacles in your day. Every unit has. But Delta Force, man, you wanted to bring somebody out alive. Delta Force was the unit to call. Like, SEALs would have, like, annihilated places. And I'm sure they had some bad assets in it. Hold on. They had some assets involved. I'm sure they had a lot of support teams and ready to respond. This was, like, flawless in terms of mission.
When did it start, Brad? The people
This started years ago.
No, well, they also started this mission. The very first asset, or they took out the very first drug boat. So what are they doing? They're priming the waters. Yeah. So they had to get rid of them. How many? I lost count after 36. Then what happened? Our MUs came in. Our LHDs came in. We had 2 fucking carrier groups right there. One on the right.
Yes, and
here's the other
part too. KK, I missed this because of all that. I didn't think, honest to God, I did not think we would have pulled the trigger to go ahead and go after Maduro. I honestly thought we were going to do like, oh, we're going to allow his people to kill him, and then they're going to do some chants in the street, and it's going to be like, you know, hoorah, it's going to be Saddam, it's going to be Iraq. I honestly thought that was how it's going to end. This...
States around Venezuela. Why is that? They're priming the actual air for air support. They had air support. They had to have air superiority before. Hold on just a second, little man. Hold on just a second, little lion. They had to have air superiority before they inserted anything else, right?
It's hard to talk with you guys. Yeah. So listen. Why hasn't he invaded fucking Russia? Why hasn't he invaded fucking China? Why
not in our hemisphere, bro?
You know why?
Hold on.
Nuclear bomb.
Was this guy dumb?
Sick. Let me go here. We're just.
No, I'm not talking.
No, he's making the same point.
Reality. He's making against a poor nation.
What's up, KK? How the fuck are we in
Here's your mistake. Sick. Here's your mistake. Okay. First, we're going to go back to what you just said a minute ago, and you're saying like, oh, how it can't happen here. Well, just look up Craig Salman Sawyer, former Navy SEAL, and if you know Navy SEALs, talk to them and see if okay. They are bullshit, and so our elite would take care of things even in our country. It may not be another government coming in and pulling this shit off.
Okay,
but
so I'm gonna ask you something.
So hold on, Dick. Now we're gonna keep going. Here's why you don't go to Russia. You want to know why you don't go to Russia? Because what state do you live in, Sick? Because I'll just tell you that in South Dakota, there's a little town called Watertown, South Dakota. You've never heard of it. Russia has enough missiles to hit every freaking major city in the U.S. the size of that and smaller.
If they still work.
This is why you don't play games with Russia. This is why you don't play games with China.
Russia got a problem with the U.S. Look, I mean, Corey, at the end of the day, it's funny because when you look at Russia, what we've done over the last 4 years since they've started this stuff at Ukraine, we've exposed them as a paper bear, like respectfully. And that's a lot smarter than this sort of brute force idea
don't
that
need
we
an army if you have
this idea,
Hey, you don't need army, bro. You don't need
this idea that we need to go fight a hot war with Russia or China, it's retarded. We don't. There are plenty of other ways to defeat them without even having to fire shots.
Like Trump said.
Okay, so Sick was saying that we haven't done that because we haven't nuked, or they have nukes. That's why we're not going in there.
That's not the
but we did the.
That's not the main reason. Yeah, we don't need to do. King's right. We don't need to do a hot war. We don't need boots on the ground. And the other thing is, we don't necessarily want to destabilize Russia because there's a country south to them that we also don't want them to kind of interfere with Russia and seize all of that as well as their resources and have further. They are, and we'll meddle a little bit, but we don't generally want a Russia destabilized and all those Russians fleeing, going to everywhere else, because guess what? It's not necessarily in our best interest to allow China to take over that area. We don't want it. The same way we wouldn't want China to be fully destabilized and demolished, because we wouldn't want Russia's sphere of influence to extend way into China or other assets in China, and their Chinese ships will turn around and sail back home, and that actually happened. So for those who don't,
That's a fire segue.
I think Sick wasn't being. I think he was being facetious.
The fact that we're not letting the beat drop it is insane.
Too cocky. You guys are just too cocky. That's all.
Yeah, you sound like
America's too cocky. We literally pay foreign aid so that we have allies. We're not cocky. We're paying everybody so we have our allies.
Like 400.
No, we don't pay people just to come to the allies.
I never said it was just for their allyship. I never said it was just for their allyship.
No. Sick. Do you know how many people we heard before this happened? You know how many people were laughing at, oh, you guys are just going to have another Vietnam. It's going to be another 15 years.
Afghanistan,
Iraq, America, and
North Korea,
and it's to have this be less than
Vietnam,
less than 3 hours, not 3 years.
No, you're talking about Venezuela.
3 hours.
Overwhelming. They stopped us in Baghdad.
I'm missing the bigger picture though, man. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Did anybody in here serve, first and foremost? Anybody in here serve? I want to talk to people who serve, fellow veterans.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you for your service for our right to be ignorant. Thank you.
All right.
What?
I'm sorry, what did he say?
Listen, y'all. I feel like, I've been in the room for, let's say, probably been talking about a lot more shit.
Not you on my face.
I ain't say brother's name.
Not you, Blake.
No, that's me. No, it's me because I just heard somebody say that they're powering data centers with just water. Listen, man, they use water.
No. I didn't say just. I just said the word just.
Okay, so
just come out my mouth.
So just go do the.
In this industry,
Okay. So what is electricity? What is electricity?
I don't know fucking voice.
I'm saying, what is electricity? Let's just keep it simple. What does electricity run off of?
largely.
The water's for the cooling systems, man. We know this. Come on.
Educate me. No. I ain't saying nothing. Educate me. No, I ain't doing this. I ain't doing this back for question shit.
That's what the water's for. It's for the cooling system.
Educate me, brother.
Yeah, I know, but where is it getting this?
Natural gas is one of the largest sources for AI.
I mean, I know in my state and there is.
All right, did your point that we don't need oil anymore, Justin, as much as we like? What's your point?
No, my point is not. This is my point. Y'all triggered fucking China to really move in on Taiwan, which is what we cannot afford right now. What happened to the race for AI? Right? Taiwan. Anybody ever heard of anybody here trade stocks? Anybody ever heard of Taiwan?
Justin, you're just wrong, bro. Yeah, I'll tell you why. Very quickly. The reason why is because the opposite has happened. If China was going to go, they would have needed an ally like Venezuela, where they can sustain a long-term proxy, whatever the war is going to be. The oil that Venezuela has would have allowed China to fight it out. Because remember, the number one strategy, Justin, that America and its allies would have done would be to cut off China's supply to energy. Go look at anybody's war game. They'll off their energy supply. So Venezuela would have been is actually reduced. It hasn't increased.
No, it's not. Listen, explain to me why they are mobilizing ships around Taiwan right now.
How many times have you heard these type of reports over the last 10 years?
All right, so them whole test bombs that happened, was it last week, 2 weeks ago, some shit? They ain't test bombing no more. They surrounded the motherfuckers about to take over.
Justin, China's a paper tiger.
All right, cool, man.
Like you guys gotta stop watching these Hollywood movies, bro.
Here, let's do this. So China can't invade Taiwan because we actually supply their defense network. It would make Normandy look like a day at the beach. So why did China? Hold on, I'll finish. China. Hold on, I'll answer it. Let me answer it. So China can't really do an amphibious landing into Taiwan. It would be costly. It would be bloody. China's not looking to do that. They don't want to damage the infrastructure. They don't want to fucking go in through that way. Plus, they would have to get through Japan. Even without the U.S. intervention, not to mention the fact that, again, we give them, we protect them on their nautical fronts as well as their air, and then we also give them military assets and great weapons to protect their coastline. The only way China is actually going to take Taiwan is through economic or political pressure, which they have been doing for the last 25 years at a high rate. They do have some political inside where they do have a group of people that are rising up saying they want to join China. That's a concern. You are right to address that. However, the economic issue is that the U.S. continuously bails out Taiwan, and we actually using Taiwan. So China's economic leverage has gone at best. So they can't do it militarily. They're struggling to do it economically. The only way they have is a political movement within Taiwan, and that is the only way that they're actually going to be able to acquiesce to or Taiwan to go into the fold. There's no military landing. It's not something that they're going to have a way to actually get Taiwan to say, yeah, we want to side with China and fuck the rest of the world. And even then, it probably won't work out for China's best interest there. So
it'll be the biggest embarrassment, Viking. Biggest fucking embarrassment.
I'm not disagreeing with him when he say, yeah, they don't want to do that, right? But this move that we did with Venezuela, they backing these motherfuckers into a corner, and they're trying to do response. They didn't just do this shit here, them test bombs and shit. Cool. They was play before. Now they are trying to do some shit with Taiwan, actively surrounding these motherfuckers. So yeah, I agree with you. They may not want to, but we kind of backed them into a corner. And it's still time. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
Justin.
I'm not saying. Let me finish real quick. I promise I'm gonna land. I'm gonna shut up. I'm not saying this was a bad move. I'm saying it was ill-timed move. That's more so where I feel it was a mistimed move because we should have had shit locked up over there to prevent them from doing this shit to Taiwan. AI, I mean, that's my whole thing. We can't afford to lose this AI race, man. That's my whole thing.
Okay, so
hold on.
So let me get into it a little bit. Okay, so you got the timing. You said timing, right? Because the thing is, what you did was completely got the timing wrong. Completely reversed the timing, the chronology. The Chinese was surrounding Taiwan for ages. And then they were doing the military exercise and the feint attack. Been doing this especially last year, and then also and you were saying they were doing exercise recently, but that was way before the attack on the Venezuela. So they're not doing it in reaction to it. Okay, so unless you take a time machine back in a week before, so that you got the timing completely wrong. If you're talking about timing, you're dead wrong.
There's two words you just said. You said exercise, right? We're talking about exercise versus mobilization. These motherfuckers is mobilizing.
There's no mobilization.
There is always a carrier group on two sides of the world at every day of the fucking year. There's one in the Southeast Asian seas, and then the other side. I'm literally telling you, when you see both that are moving around, oh my God, they're by Taiwan. Yes, because they're always out there. That's the whole point.
Yeah, they're always out there.
They're always deployed.
Mobilize versus exercise is two fucking
different things. It's two fucking concepts. Okay,
Jesus, but they do the exact same thing.
You should get it down. They're not mobilizing. Mobilizing meaning that activate. They did not. It is just exercise and threatening, putting threatening postures. And this is not the first time they've been doing it. And then this is a smaller size, smaller scale, if they compare to, let's say, last year or 2 years ago. Okay? So get your timing, if you're so up on the timing, get your time right.
Okay, can I ask you guys something?
Right.
So we playing the who's
just a question.
Right now?
Do you think he's doing this to get himself out of the Epstein files?
No.
Just a question.
Epstein files. You're
a stick. I just came into the room, but you sound like you're all over the place. I don't know. You're trying to just be a clown or whatever.
Not a clown. Just a question. Don't call me a clown.
It's a retarded question.
They came into the room like 3 minutes.
Lie to you.
Look, Justin, are you still there?
I'm here, man.
Look, I just look at the end of the day, and look, I get where you're coming from, but respectfully, man, it's just you got to realize after Trump embarrassed Iran, China, especially, and Russia, because look, they had the chance. This was their chance. This was literally their chance to show some type of force or attack or any of that, and they didn't show up. They literally allowed Trump to come in, slap his dick on the table and say, what are you going to do? And they did nothing.
They're doing something now, bro. They doing something now.
Hold on, Justin, I'm not done. Because guess what? The one thing you're missing, it sounds like, is that you're not seeing the long-term second-order effects. Looking like, wait, they're all second-guessing themselves. Because if America decides to come in and, for instance, do some shit in Africa, what is China going to do? Nothing. They've shown they won't do anything. So this idea that China's just sitting back and deciding, oh, I'm going to go after Taiwan, especially after Viking laid out the 5 countries that would automatically back Taiwan, bro, you're not paying attention, man. Respectfully.
I know I am. So back Taiwan and back Taiwan and beating China is 2 different things. I'm not saying y'all necessarily wrong. I am saying that y'all not really thinking about the backlash of what this shit is coming. It's still time. That's all I'm saying, yo. I don't necessarily agree. Hold on. I got a couple things to ask, man. Listen, y'all said
what's brilliant about this whole strategy that it was prepared. So all of this terror force the Trump administration engaged in now make total sense because they weakened China. They went after the backdoor economic pathways into the United States. They cut them off the market, United States market, and now they're going after them physically, and they're cutting off their energy. It's as much as I don't like his persona, I think if it was thought through and with his involvement, it's brilliant.
We call that white man. We call that white man logic.
Add to that,
white man logic.
The fact, we're speaking of timing, right? Justin is so up on this timing, right? Speaking of timing, the operation took place 1 hour after the special presidential envoy from China.
The full scale facial. Jeez.
Let me try to back you. The protein shot.
Shots, yes.
Hold on. To be fair, devil's advocate here. I see where dude's coming from, and I see his appeal for caution, and ain't nothing really wrong with that. Because truth be told, I think he's right. I think he's just too late. I think you're too late. Like World War III is already kicking off, and it's at this point you gotta be strong, and you gotta set the stage to get your advantages to be ready. I think making moves like taking control of the oil resources over here on this side of the world, this hemisphere, is just strategy. It is what it is. It's too late. Moves have already been made in the last 10 years, and that's just what it is. World War III is a strong possibility. That's why I think.
Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. I can meet you there. I can meet you there. Hold on. I can meet you there. Right. Getting shit over there secure before we worry about this. Now I'll also give y'all the point that I understand that China had people over there in Venezuela before this shit happened to make some kind of agreements or alliance or whatever to try to bring them in the BRICS. I'll give y'all that too. Cool. I'm just saying right now, if in the event that, let's say I'm right for 1 second, let's say I'm right, and I know y'all gonna be like, oh, but you're not. Okay, cool. Let's just say I'm right for 1 second, and they do end up fucking Taiwan up, right? Now they got the semiconductors that will kind of give them the edge on. I'm not saying win the war on AI, but give them the edge on the war on AI, right? Then what? That's my only.
There's question. No then, okay? Precisely because we showed them their equipment are not working. The so-called JY-27, they were boasting that they can see the F-35, F-22s like a beacon in the sky. It's not working. They didn't see shit. They're blind, and now they have nothing to boast about, and they're doubting their capabilities. And the Taiwanese are boasted that knowing that their equipment are just crap. Okay, and this is great timing. Speaking of timing.
Hey, Shig or Brad, when Trump was like, he said something like, and we cut the lights off. And was he literally like meaning like physically cut the lights off, or was it because he was saying it and then he was like saying like, oh, I pretty much like said too much.
Radar system.
That's the so that's what you call electronic warfare, Blake. So that's where your F-18 growlers. That's their job. The motherfuckers come in with their jamming shit and shut everything down.
Yeah, and also, I mean, not just
Is there like an EM?
They just shut down.
They
yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily jamming. It could be the internet, the malware. It could be the CIA spies on the ground.
So typically, so I used to be a EA6B. I was a EA6B prowler mechanic in the Marine Corps, and that's one of the OG electronic warfare jamming planes, and they switched over to the growlers and. Those things, the pods that they have on those things, sometimes they'd accidentally leave them on, and they'd come into land on base, and power would fucking just shut down, and they'd have to do a go around and reset the shit.
What's the risk? No, I was saying like, so what's for those who are cautious? Like, what's the risk of that being used on us in that way?
Well, that's the thing. We've got technology. Technology we have. We look. Here's the thing. The technology we have, we're so fucking far advanced. Like old boy was saying, China thinks they've got the fucking drop on us. They fucking don't. And that's part of the strategy is to have your enemy think they've got the drop on you when really you've got the drop on them. That's what you call 4D chess or 3D chess or whatever they fucking call it. So yeah, the shit that we've got, as far as technology, I would say state of the fucking army. No, and that's what gives us the advantage. That's what puts us on top. Nobody has the fucking technology that we fucking.
Hey, Sig, I got a question. This kind of goes to what Justin was saying a little bit, but do you find it this is all eerily quiet for what we've done? Like, are you surprised there's not more movement or some other stuff going on, like blowbacks, so to speak, at all?
No, because everybody's fucking scared. Trump has the fucking ball.
That's what I
What
thought.
we've had is we've had a bunch of politicians. There was purpose for them keeping us in these fucking endless goddamn conflicts because they were fucking benefiting from it.
Yeah.
Now have a president who not only has big balls, but he actually has a big fucking heart for this country. So he actually gives a fuck about the United States. So whatever move we make, it's going to be strategized to where it benefits us. And it's going to put us in a position where we know our enemies are going to be too scared to respond back.
And stealthy too, by the way. Stealthy because if you give away too much of like all your movements, like all the troops part of things, like this is a whole different like way of doing it. You know, and giving away a bunch of stuff. We're just kind of showing up and doing business and leaving. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why.
It's the first time ever where I'm not like nervous about what retaliation. Like I feel like completely okay. And I'm like, there's no other president in our nation's history that could have ever pulled something like this off.
Just wait now, and just wait.
That's why we need that, and this is why we need masculinity back in the fucking United States, bro. All this feminism and.
The liberals that were protesting in Orlando, Florida.
Okay, not no bullshit purple hair septum ring liberals. I'm talking what countries have stepped up with their chest out.
Yeah,
we got a major problem with this shit. Nobody
said shit. Bro, they not though. They not. Real G's who was y'all read Art of War, Sun Tzu? Overconfidence is blind. Fuck, they not gonna be out sex pumping with this shit, dog. They're gonna move in silence. And I don't know. Call me paranoid all y'all want. Cool. Cool, I'll take that. I'll take it.
Justin,
but I just don't.
1969 was the SR-71, I believe, that it was actually put in commission. We didn't know about it till the 90s. The Raptor, we thought it came out in the 90s or 2000s, whatever it was. That thing was flying in the 80s. The bird that's out right now, we don't even know about it. We've got air superiority that nobody knows about. We know that so much money. We have our birds flying around. They didn't know that thing was up in the air. And you know what? We let a freaking balloon fly over our country, for God's sakes.
I got a question for y'all.
Yeah, try that on Trump. Try that on Trump's watch, right? No balloons are flying over this.
Right. Would y'all agree that us doing this, right, is basically a response to Venezuela fucking up Exxon Mobil's money?
No.
Israel owns the United States.
This is a strategic move because you can't. Right now, we've got Colombia, and that's really about it. We got to keep them on our side, right? And they got a freaking lunatic in there, and I know because I date freaking Colombian and their whole family over there, and they don't like it. Colombia's where it don't want it in, right? So you got Colombia, Venezuela. That's our strategic needs. We can't let the whole freaking South America.
Cuba is also part of it. So I think actually Cuba might be next.
I'd agree.
Yo, but shout out to President Trump, man. This is exactly.
I got a question to.
I agree, Sig. It was a balls move, and this is how leaders should work. I mean,
come in. Yeah, I'll give him that. Motherfucker had balls.
And you know what?
Stop being a bitch, Justin. Quit being scared. This is what masculinity. This is what masculinity looks like, bro. You want something, you grab it, you fucking take it.
I know what I got in my house ready for.
Yeah, Justin. Look, I mean, come on, bro.
I was on that line just like you, cuz. Ain't no being a bitch around here, dude. Like,
You just said you were scared. You said you were nervous, man.
You said you nervous, bro. What you nervous about, bro?
I'm not beating technology with oil, dog. Like, go ahead.
You keep saying that, sir. Okay, I'm in technology. I wonder why you keep saying this. So why are you saying why are you comparing supply chain with Taiwan? China doesn't even have those chips. So what are you talking about?
Look at what they doing.
Oh my God, sir! China. Okay.
Yeah,
you know that they copycat all. You know they tried to copycat all of our things, and it's always a lesser. For instance, the J20. This J20, and I know you know what I'm talking about. Say the J20. Flappy Bird, right? The fucking Flappy Bird.
Yeah, but you talking about past? I'm talking.
Have you seen that thing fly? Has anybody seen that thing fly?
Yeah, but you talking about past. I'm talking about what happened with
No, because you keep saying technology as if there's someone more advanced than us. Did we not? Okay, Justin, do you know that Trump had a Call of Duty POV of this entire operation, special operation? Did you know that? Trump literally saw as they went in and they shot niggas. They shot all 30 of the Cuban retards. Trump literally was looking at everything.
We don't have the response.
Like, are you listening to what the operation was? You keep making it like we didn't just pull off.
Fuck all that.
Nah, man. Y'all ain't no dickers. That's why y'all scared, man. Bro, that's why black men are so scary, bro.
Like he keeps saying technology. I'm literally in technology. Like I'm like, wait,
some fucking oil. Get the fuck out.
Everybody's lying. He's tapping. Yeah, all these people want to talk about the war, all that good stuff. I'm looking at the economics on if we do take control.
The Jewish people owns the USA.
You know what I'm saying? Hold up, say. You see what I'm saying? But if we do, control Venezuela and we get, all of that oil and everything like that. I'm looking at the gas prices. I don't know about y'all. I'm thinking about the gas prices and how it's gonna change the economics. It's gonna go down. They're gonna go down. Watch. They're gonna go down after this. Yeah, for sure, bro. Because one of the biggest things that we always been dealing with is the outsource of oil. Because we don't have enough. Because we use so much over here. You see what I'm saying? And that was one of the things I've been saying a long time.
To be in the control seat any longer. I mean, this for United States, this is a good move in every way in terms of economic.
Facts. Yeah, and I was saying, like, the Middle East, we wouldn't have to go to the Middle East and really do a lot of trading on that side of the world for oil and real essential goods with this move, kind of.
Well, it's also, like the idea is to lower the oil production because, one of the reasons why Russia want to have a hand in this is because they need to keep their production at 55 in order to make money. And if the United States can lower it, I mean, they have no more control over the oil prices.
Hey, yo, Sid, you still here?
What's up, bro?
Man, so look, just to think about the whole family. There was like, she was just like, oh yeah, because we think we can just go do everything in everybody's backyard and all that. And it's like, yeah, I get those points and all that, right? But then she goes as far as to say is, and because I mean, it's not fair. We need that same thing to happen to us. And then somebody asked us, what you mean by that? She was like, literally, dude, she's an American. Talking about, to make it fair. Where we can get a taste of our own medicine. Somebody need to come drop it off.
I heard that. Amendment, bro.
I heard that.
Yeah, exactly.
You heard that?
Yeah, you were correct.
Yeah, dude, that just blew my mind, bro. Because it's like, dude, anybody like, Sig and them know, I play devil's advocate, and I'm always like, we gotta be strategic. We gotta be careful, and we also gotta remember never to lose, our fun.
These same people calling for race wars, like, you motherfuckers have no idea, dude. Spend 5 seconds, like just take your ass to one of these war-torn countries. You wouldn't last 2 seconds there because it's fucking horrible, man. So these people are just talking straight out of their fucking side of their mouth, bro. They're just talking.
That's the weird thing. It's like, it's almost like they're so anti-Trump. They're now rooting for bad shit to happen just so they can be like, see, I told you. And it's like, bro, nothing's going to happen. You said all this shit was going to happen with the fucking tariffs. You said there was going to be a race war with all this fucking other shit. You said millions were going to die with the SNAP stuff. Now you're talking about, well, millions more are going to die now. They just keep trying for it. It's nuts. And to Justin's point, Justin, I think you're almost here. But what we're trying to point out to you, it's okay to say, hey, we got the biggest stick. We need to fucking use it sometimes.
That's a fact.
This is our hemisphere. And if anyone's going to control the resources, it's going to be us. We don't put up with dictators in our hemisphere. All the countries in Latin America and all these other countries that are in our hemisphere, you're fucking welcome.
So why?
Justin, what's the point of having this big of a thing if you're not gonna fuck a couple of Latinos?
I want to land here real quick. Justin, don't forget what you're gonna say. I want to land here. Justin, don't forget. I would do want to land here though. The last time that we saw an operation like this was Trump's first term with fucking Soleimani. Soleimani was talking shit about Americans. Trump's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, bro. And he's like, well, I'm gonna go to the embassies and kill Americans. What'd Trump do? Trump took out their number one guy like that. Bam. Yeah, fucking shit. How we do it, bro? And like that's beautiful. How it's done.
And it was the bomb that like is like knives, right? The one that like blows up and it's a bunch of spikes, right?
Yeah, we need to stop apologizing.
Oil as the reason, or all right, oil is the reason, right?
When they kill Soleimani,
we're not even going to see the benefits of this for another 3 to 5.
We're gonna see the benefits tomorrow, bro. They're gonna import these Venezuelan hotties, and then all the Venezuelans here are going back home. It's perfect. You're already seeing them talk about it. The Venezuelans are talking about going back home, and we're talking about importing the baddies. there, Justin. The other thing is we might potentially get all because what they're trying to figure out now is the Bitcoin stash that Maduro was collecting. So if we get that stash too, because they're looking at it now, Justin. If we get that stash money, oh man,
I would like to
you
say
thought
my
the 17 trillion was good with the oil, bro? To get the Bitcoin stash too, we're good, man.
Have you seen crypto in the last 24 hours?
Yes, I've been watching it.
Exactly.
My shit ran. So I'm with y'all there. I'm just listen. Call me a bitch. Venezuela, China take Taiwan, and then Russia take Ukraine.
No, bro. I saw that tweet. No, I saw that tweet. No, bro. That's not happening.
Leaving their leader in place, which I think is actually going to be the Machado girl. What's her name? Fucking Maria, whatever. I think it's going to eventually be her. But I don't think they're going to leave Shorty that they got over there now. I don't think they're going to leave her there. But
we're not going to pick.
Look, they'll figure it out. Look, the free and fair elections will happen. What we care about is securing those resources for America and making sure that all of our ops have no jurisdiction here in this hemisphere, period. And we've done that, bro. At the same time, we killed BRICS. There's all this BRIC talk that we heard the last 3 years. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about it. They swore the dollar was done and all these countries were going to get together and make this new BRIC system. That shit is over with.
And
the fall of Venezuela, that shit is done.
Hold up, and that's where I the oil with the petrol. I agree with you there. So this does strengthen our dollar, right? So I'm not that far off from where y'all at. It's like I said, my shit is just timing. I think it's too early to tell. That's for real. But I'm also looking at what they're doing over there right now. We don't have the response time to combat that right now. We don't. We don't got the response time.
We do now, Justin. So here's the thing. And I get where you're coming from, but you have to get out of the mindset. We've had some horrible leaders dealing with geopolitics and fucking everything up.
Especially Biden.
Right. Because even when Trump did the Iran strike, I was kind of apprehensive. I'm like, oh God, man, here we fucking go again. But how clean that nigga did it just like the fucking Top Gun movie, bro. That shit was clean, bro. Clean as fuck. After that was successful, then a couple weeks went by, we ain't heard shit from Iran. Them niggas still sitting in the corner with the dunce cap, bro. I'm like, we're good, man. Trump's got it. So we got a good leader. He's got a good staff. He's got a good. Dude, we're good. America's back. America's back, baby. Ain't got shit to worry about.
Pray all right. That's what I'm gonna land now. Pray all right.
Like Justin, I don't know how. And this is why I get so pissed at people who aren't proud to be. You know how proud I am to be an American, that I was born in this country, that my parents were allowed to come here legally and have me, and to be a citizen of this great motherfucking nation. That's why I get so pissed at all of these weirdos and all these other people who are out here who don't care, who don't give a damn about what it means to be an American. None of it. That shit makes me sick to see people who there were people who would die to be in our position.
People who
to be in this country.
They are dying.
Yeah, they do. They walk across the desert.
Centralized. You're in the street, and then you find out that inside of the street there are motherfuckers who want to make this country like the country that you escaped from.
Literally, it's crazy. It is insane, and that's why. Look, if the people who know me here, y'all know me, man. Everybody got to go. I'm gonna just put it like that. Everybody has to go, and I'm dead serious when I say that. If you don't like being American, if you're not an American, if you're here illegally, even if you're here legally, a lot of y'all got to be denaturalized and you got to go home.
Bye.
Period.
Bye.
And I'm dead serious about it. You got to go home. If you don't like being an American, I'm going to help you go home.
They're in fucking LA waving Mexican flags. In LA waving Mexican flags in the country they don't even want to go back.
Send them niggas out too, man. Fuck.
Everybody sick. They all gotta go sick. Everyone has to go.
You got to clean house, man. And I don't like taxes, but I'm fund these motherfuckers a one-way ticket out of here. Literally never come.
I'm with you. One way or another, y'all are going back home. If it has to be a civil war in 20 years when all these boomers are finally dead, y'all are going back home. One way or a fucking other. I'm just letting y'all know what the future is, because we can't live in a country where there's a bunch of people who hate this country.
Exactly.
It's not going to work.
Yep. I was going to say, too, Justin, another thing, too, real quick. Another proof, more evidence that you don't have to worry about shit, because we're talking about, China technology. They're sending spies over here to steal our technology. It doesn't happen the other way around, bro. So that's how you know we got the one up.
Well, and not only that, China doesn't invade. Like, China, like, whose side was China on in World War I or World War II? Like, China doesn't do that kind of shit. Like, they fight each other when they fight.
World War II.
China takes over. Hold on. China takes over countries from within. Like, they buy land and they do this, and they do that. They buy ports. They buy this. Next thing you know, like 30 years go by, and they got like fucking thousands and thousands and thousands of fucking land. Like, that's how China does shit. China would be so stupid to invade Taiwan. It'd be the dumbest thing they could ever fucking do. They would never do it. It's not even a good hypothetical. They would never do it. They don't do that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Sorry, Mark.
China invaded America in a lot of ways when they let across a lot of illegal immigrants across the border, and a lot of the farmers, African American farmers, mind you, I remember this couple, they were on YouTube and on the news, and they said that all these Chinese migrants are buying up all the farmland, raising up the livestock prices. We can't feed our livestock. Like, what the hell's going on? And then they have these spies, Chinese spies, like on one of the floors in New York. You have all these different things that people don't realize that they have on me. And they're already here and invaded in America, and people don't realize that.
Then why haven't they done it yet? Then why haven't they done it yet?
I've watched too many Hollywood movies.
It's called.
Women
Hold on, excuse me. Can I just land for a second? It's called being a sleeper cell, because they're gonna wait. It's a strategic move. Like, the Chinese people, Chinese government hasn't been ahead of time for nothing, but technology and everything else like that, because they just made it on a whim. It's planning.
So then why? Okay,
it's war planning. It's war planning.
So again, why are they coming over here to steal our shit and not the other way around?
Because we winning. That's why
we're fucking winning.
Because they're trying to take power of everything. Look at Trump is trying to take away TikTok and obviously bullshit.
How does 6% of the total population mean that there's some sort of foreign army? I'm looking at this.
You don't even realize how many immigrants stuck across the border that are undocumented.
We'll beat around the
I remember Aurora.
My man can.
I remember.
Well,
Yeah, you know Aurora.
Yeah, I remember that.
My man is Italian, so.
You ain't got no man. Shut up.
I've been with the same guy for over 2 years, since 2023.
She full of shit. I bet it's a great one.
He's an amazing guy. He's a sweetheart. No. I don't feel validation.
Hey, I got another question. It is a bomb.
It's a Charizard bomb.
I don't know enough about this topic, so that's right. I've heard people use the argument that we kidnapped old boy over there from Venezuela, right? But yet some part in the other dude, I don't even know Juan something, Hernandez or Orlando some shit. I don't know. I don't know enough about the topic, but what do y'all say to that shit?
About what?
So Venezuela, but Trump pardoned another drug trafficker or some shit from another country.
Yeah, what about it?
Honduras. Oh, you guys like my bong?
They're gonna bring up Ross Albright too. That was brought up today. Go figure.
Oh, they brought up Ross?
Do you guys?
Yeah.
Do you guys understand the Honduras?
I'm glad they let him finish. I don't know why somebody would bring him up. He served his time. Like what? Like look,
what are we talking about?
I don't know exactly because I know who you're talking about, but I'm not sure exactly what you're trying to.
Are you saying
connect
Honduras?
You're talking about
the
drug trafficker and
yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, KK. You know that person.
Yes. So people are outraged because he was drug trafficking, put in jail, and whatnot. So he has served some time, but then Trump pardoned him. By the Biden administration, and that's the reason why they gave him the sentence that he did. He said he was politically targeted for motivation against Trump, and that's the reason why he was pardoned.
So he was arrested under the Biden administration, and then Trump pardoned him when he got in office?
Yes.
I got you.
I mean, I just want to know though, was there any evidence from the side where that refuted that he trafficked 800 or 400 tons of drug?
Yes, that there was conflicts with everything with the whole case. So they say. I don't know. I'm just telling you what the things that I've read.
Well, it was ruled by the
based on that.
Guilty of those counts. It was ruled by the courts that he was guilty on all those counts, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many counts he had.
Well, I mean,
We were doing so good.
Everybody's gonna hold on.
We were doing so
Respectful,
good.
this is like reparations.
The reparations of the Israeli-Palestinian
No,
always
we're not doing that. It's 2026. Turn the page. 2026.
You notice
turn the page.
I'm just making a
Aurora,
point
just
that
read the room.
a lot of
Read the
things
room,
that are
Aurora.
going in the news
Read the
right
room.
now, they're trying to distract people is all I was saying. That's it.
Read the room, Aurora.
Yeah,
We can have that conversation another day.
Aurora, I ain't mad at you.
Put the ball down, Aurora.
I ain't mad at
we can have that conversation another day, Aurora.
I'm sorry, but I'm just saying. I feel it's kind of odd.
Aurora, just put the weed down. Put the weed down.
I'm not smoking right now. I'm cooking a hot pocket.
Okay, we go, Aurora. Continue cooking.
Step away from the hot pocket.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I'm not even that fat. Oh my god. You have issues.
It's so bad. You're gonna
Grow up. I don't give a fuck. I barely ever eat, and you know something? I need to fucking eat.
Who you trying to lie to?
She admitted that she was fat, though. She's not that fat.
I used to be fat because I had a baby, you dumb bitch.
Well,
I everybody should be cracking sweet like you.
I thought it was delicious.
I don't know why you coming for me. I lost 135 pounds, so don't fucking come and play with me. That's not a fucking chin right there. That part is like, don't even try to play with me.
I didn't know you were
Like, grow up. I'm 50 years old. I'm old enough to be half y'all's mother.
Big enough to be half our houses.
You make white bitches look so bad.
You really got me.
I'm white, black, and Native American, and the white part of me don't claim that bitch.
Let me
I'm
see.
gonna act like that, and suck you. I'm retarded.
If you're Native American, so is Elizabeth.
Who calls somebody?
So is Elizabeth Warren.
Are you Joe B's sister?
I said the
What is wrong with you, Anna? You're gonna call a like seriously?
You're retarded. Yes.
I'm retarded? Like who said that?
Wait, what's wrong with the word retard?
That's a really bad thing to say.
No, it is
Something
not.
that's offensive.
What year are you
Actually,
living
is.
in?
I'm not retarded.
Okay,
It's
how about
really
this? What if-
offensive to say
okay.
this.
Retard is acceptable now.
What if
Thanks to
I
Trump.
What
Actually,
world
it's
is she
not.
living
Like,
in? We all say
seriously,
retards
grow
now.
up.
What are
Grow
you
the
talking
fuck
about?
up. Oh, I forgot. I'm in a room full of predominantly fucking white people that are racist.
Shout out white
I
people.
forgot
We love
about
white
that.
people. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
no, this is why don't come into your spaces anymore.
Yeah, we
Good.
fucking all
We're
do
not
it.
gonna miss you.
How about this, Annie? You can kiss my black ass, you white bitch.
Take you any chance.
American.
Like,
I
what
looked
they
at
talking about? We love white
He
people.
was
This
worried
ain't
about
10 years
Israel.
ago.
Nah, speak for yourself. I fucking hate white people.
I'm sorry, you said what?
What?
Okay, cool.
I said I fucking hate white people.
I was gonna say.
Racist white people.
My
I
boy, dude,
I do hate racist white people. I don't hate white people. If a white person showed me racism, yeah, fuck them. But other
bro,
than that, I fuck
all
with
white people. Everybody. If it shows you right shit, like, shout out
Pepe
American white people.
Wake up
We gotta
and
stick
say,
together, because guess what?
No, we're
Hey, my
people
girl
just
white.
black.
Hey, I love white. My girl white. But like I just said, if somebody show me
I'm
racism,
trying to say, man, people need to stop acting like all that. Fuck all that anti-white shit, bro. Shout out
Divester
American
alert.
whites, man. Shout out American whites, man.
Divester
We gotta
alert.
stick together.
Alert. Divester alert.
no, he's
Oh no, not me. I love
intelligent.
being girl, but I love people. But look, man, we got look. I love white people too, man.
Justin's got a white girlfriend, man. That's a smart man right there.
Yeah, man.
You're a high IQ.
A lot of people like the front say, let's be honest, bro. If somebody did something special in your life, it's probably a white person. Let's just be honest. They're in America. Let's just be honest. Be honest about it.
Where's the thing?
Like, oh, white, shut the fuck up. A person in your life that probably did you the most good shit is a white person. Be honest about it. Fuck out of here, man.
Nah, that's a lie.
No, it is not a lie. Especially with you black people. It is not a fucking lie. It is not a lie.
I don't live around white people, so
You black people.
You live in America. You live in a white country.
Well, like he ain't black.
it's not a white country.
It is a
Well,
white
they don't
country.
think I'm black, even though I'm
It's black as over, but this ain't a white country.
Okay, so who?
What?
What?
So slavery was a lie. So we don't care about reparations.
He has nothing to say. This is why nobody takes you black people seriously.
Slavery was a lie, nigga. Like I said, you the one still talking about. You the one still talking them same weak ass narratives. You the one still talking them same weak ass narratives. Somalians running over here. They ain't took over Africa. They running over here. Why they ain't took over their own country?
There's nothing to take over.
Right. So they brought their weak ass over here. They need to take their ass back to Somalia, nigga, and fuck with that dirt that they got over there.
You just
What you talking about, Somalia, nigga?
We gotta nip this shit in the butter, bro.
you got an aggravator.
Nigga brought up reparations. I give a fuck about them reparations, nigga.
Because you niggas have a gift. That's why. Reparations?
Nigga, they lie. That's what you get baptized with every day, nigga. Fuck you talking about. You wipe that shit across your forehead before you go to work every day.
Your S's have a lot of emphasis, sir.
People in this room saying y'all wouldn't take reparations. Is that what you're saying?
That's why
Listen,
I don't take.
So watch this though. But watch this though. Watch this though. So look. Hold on. When it comes to reparations, when it comes to slavery, right? For the individual must find out for themselves their lineage and if they actually come from America is a descendant of a slave. You can't say that. You have to go and do your own genealogy to see where you fall in that story, because everybody's story is not the same.
Why are you people?
Jumping.
I don't got none of that weak ass. Whatever the fuck you just said. Your roper.
Let me see the 23.
You can claim to be an African, nigga.
Let me see the 23 again.
You can, nigga, and that shit is fake and fabricated.
They mad because the show back just.
It's fake, nigga. It's fake, nigga.
It be showing 40 to 70% Nigeria.
Because that's what they make it say, stupid.
That's what, bro, we make you guys.
Oh,
it's okay, man. It's all good.
Nigga gonna talk about, yeah, that's what they said that. Telling you where I'm from, dumbass nigga.
It's all good, bro.
I know where I come from. I'm straight.
It's all good.
It's all entertainment.
Stop voting Democrat. Stop voting for the people who are.
I'm a Republican.
What?
Listen, I identify as a Republican white man.
Okay, fair enough. That's.
Like a 22% increase with black men voting Republican this term.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That's like phenomenal. Now we just need the black men now to help the black feminist women out because they're having a really rough
lost cause. They're a lost cause.
Hey, look, you know what? I can agree with him on that because they fucked up with that whole Kamala shit, man. Listen, we seen the extent of how black women think. No lie.
That's a fact.
No lie. Now, I can agree with that shit.
Black women, white liberal women think the same thing.
Yeah, white liberal women are a problem too. Yeah.
We talking about the women. We talking about the majority of women we sleeping with, right? We talking about these crazy motherfuckers that we have to deal with every day. That's telling us
on that one, buddy.
They're telling us that who not even identifying as a black woman, even in her earlier days, she was identifying as Indian, like an Indian politician.
You ain't that ass too, bro. I mean, I think you are the only black man.
My bad, y'all.
I love women. It just so happened that my bitch is white right now, but I love women. Fuck that.
Of course. No, I hear that. They're beautiful women in all.
Not Blake. Blake's not playing with them snowball.
Why not?
I don't do cocaine. I ain't got no problem with it.
See?
You don't do cocaine? How about rice? You do rice bunnies?
Brown rice.
Rice bunnies is wild.
Brown rice.
You know,
we do dirty rice. Look, we got that dirty rice.
That is fucking wild. I have never heard that before.
In my
You never heard of rice bunnies?
And then I had to put a little.
Y'all funny. I fuck with it wrong. I came here last night.
No, it's good to see everybody though. It's been a while. You know, it makes for better content. So
right, because I'm definitely not gonna get offended. Like I like that type of shit. Like you say, like I like to have those conversations.
Open, free. Yeah, let people say what they want. Let them say exactly what they mean too.
What they mean, right? That's what
You know what's crazy? What's crazy and interesting is no matter how many hours we're in here, the only time race ever gets brought up is when Alexis comes in.
Yeah.
We will race will never ever be talked about. And then Alexis comes in and they're like, oh, the white guy, the white man's law, or the black people shouldn't do this, black people shouldn't do that. It's like
because racism and this whole shit of like, you know, black people not liking white people, the white people not liking black people is a learned thing. At one point, because see, at one point, like black people and white people was living amongst each other, marrying. This was like in the middle 1800s. Then the establishment made a law to ban the marriage of and this is when the start of the classism started. When they made that law, this is when, you know, all the Jim Crow shit kicked in with like, you know, black and white.
You know something though? You know something though? Check this out though. Everybody on stage know I ain't no racist or none of that. You know, people that know me long, but I honestly do think that like if you can, you probably want to make with your own if you can, you know. And even more so than the race itself, the culture. I learned
that from a Korean man. A Korean man told me that, bro. And he told me this when I was younger, and then I really made sense to me when I got older. But he was like, you know, I don't have no problem. He was like, cause he had a, you know, they got stores in the hood, and he, you know, I grew up going to this nigga store every day, and he used to tell me like, I don't got no problem with white people, black people, Indian people, but I prefer my daughter to marry a Korean.
My mom said the same thing. She said,
see what I'm saying? He was like, I just prefer my daughter to marry a Korean. I hope she brings home a Korean.
But
you know what I'm saying?
You know that's every male though. That you understand that's biological hardwiring to preserve your tribe and your race. Yeah. So most every man thinks that way. I mean, it's probably less prominent now because we're so mixed and mingled and shit. But that initial instinct is hardwired in the day.
That's right. See, it's actually the women. Surprisingly, it's the women who don't hold as not that you can't find any. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying on average, it's actually the female gender that doesn't mind as much as the male gender when it comes to protecting that type of identity. And we see that throughout human history. That's the reason why a lot of y'all are mixed with a bunch of shit. So, you know.
I mean,
Well, okay.
I had.
Of course, yes, I have.
I got white in my family.
Of being racist.
I got white in my family though. Like my great grandmother's father is a white man, and her daddy is half white. So his daddy is white. His mama's black, and
Are you Native American?
Me, yeah, I'm Indian. My great grandmama and my grandmama were Indians. We gotta stop this. And they both.
Did the Ottoman Empire that start in Alabama?
Alabama? Yeah, they were occupied.
Did you just say Allah?
Hey, look, man. I wanted to come on stage and talk to y'all, I'm off work tonight. I ain't come to troll nobody. Happy New Year.
What's up, bro?
Y'all got it, man. Hey, what's up, Sid? You all right? I'm gonna say this. I ain't gonna even say what I want to. This is just my mindset. Well, because that's what I prefer. So in my mind,
Racist piece of shit, man.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, else.
What it is, man.
Yeah.
I came on your stage.
Wait, I want to point something out. No, wait, Rob. Let Rob finish. You're gonna let the black guy go. What kind of racist are you? Goo.
Let me go
The
after.
racist. Go ahead, Rob.
Let me go after.
Rob, you're on mute.
Yeah, my bad. See, that's why I don't normally come on stages like this, because I'm trying to be cool with y'all. You feel me? Let's just be American. Let's try that. But for me, how I view race in America, I view race and culture as basically one and the same. So you could look at it from a skin color perspective. And like, let's say I had another child. Maybe I wouldn't want to have a mixed child, and I got 3. Racist shit, but like culturally they live differently.
No, that's right.
It's just really that's what it is.
I mean,
And I say this, I do believe that we have more similarities than we'll ever want to admit
with anybody else.
I'll say that. I'm gonna say that between black and white Americans, I think we have more commonalities than we want to admit. But the cultural differences to me are what separate us amongst the race. Like, and I ain't saying this to be 100% fact, but I think I'm kind of rooted in some common sense when thinking about this.
You know what it is?
Do you call white people racist for thinking the same way you do?
No, I wouldn't call white people racist for that. Maybe when I was younger, maybe I would have, but I don't think it's racist for any group of people to say that I want to be with amongst my culture. I think it becomes a problem when you say to have any of these resources.
Also include black Africans?
So,
Mm.